Alright. Hello, hello. Hope everyone's doing well. So, it's time to read the new Granblue event tonight. And then, for tomorrow, I actually have planned, what was it? God, like, every time, I start yawning, I lose my train of thought. But, yeah, tomorrow, Alone in the Dark 2. And, there's still some time on, sales for, horror games and stuff, but not 100% sure if there's anything that I really want to do just for the occasion. But I'm kind of looking through the Steam store at the moment. Although, one thing that did kind of look interesting, because I was looking for, relatively cheap, horror games and everything. There's, a RPG Maker horror game, or I think they said it was RPG Maker, called Look Outside. So, it looks pretty neat. Apparently it's I'm not exactly sure what the premise is, but basically there's some really messed up shit if you look outside your window and you basically die. So you have to go through some apartment complex just trying to look around for some shit and basically try to survive for as long as you can, or for however long you need to. And then within the apartment complex, you see everyone transform into some kind of weird, horrific monsters because they ended up looking outside the window. But yeah, it's about $7.99, I think it was, or was it 7 or was it 6? Actually, it's $6.99. So even though I did buy a fair amount of games just recently, if it's under $10, that's not that bad. But yeah, it looks pretty interesting, especially for spooky seasons and everything. Although it's kind of funny how when I'm looking at seeing what new releases there are for horror games or whatever, there's a lot of them that just come out either on Halloween or after Halloween, and I'm just you couldn't push it to or you couldn't release it the week of or during October for Halloween season? Well, why just after? But yeah, okay. So let me go get Granblue booted up real quick. And oh yeah, wait. Let me go boot up Mudfish real quick, because for some reason, my Granblue, when I was trying to test some stuff, or just reread some of the Four Saint Fate episodes, it was really slow for some weird reason. I really don't know why. For some reason, it just kept taking forever to load. So I'm okay, I gotta go figure out what's going on here. But yeah. Okay. So let me just go get that set up real quick before I show Granblue on screen. Okay, that should be good. So give me 1 second. Oh wait, where's my chatty? Okay, there we go. But just wait until someone says something there. But anything else? Yeah, I think that's about good. I haven't updated my character pictures on the top left and right, but whatever. But yeah, okay. So I haven't reread every single Four Saint characters Fate episodes, and I only saw a little bit of PGs again, and I kind of forgot about Koku. But yeah, I think I got a decent enough rundown of most of the cast here. So let's just go through the opening, and then we'll proceed through the chapters as usual. $10,581. The end comes without warning. Calamity, perpetually in a fragile balance against its auspicious counterpart, has finally tipped the scales in its favor. Death incarnate sweeps through the skies, merciless in its touch. Oh, Qilin. Oh. Against the might of Annihilation's fully restored power, life itself becomes a distant concept.
杯に残る雫すらも舐め尽くすか。忌々しい、恐ろしい。これぞ己を作りし空の命が恐れん己の半身か。空に生きた我が子らも空に帰りし星の子らも星の獣もくさびすら皆消え失せてゆく。
The man wants nothing more than a weapon, walks toward the children who aided him in discovering his sense of self. Only one yet breathes, clutching two precious companions close as if yearning for their warm embrace. Ju.
ここに住まない誓いをたがえた。
So we heckin' died. Oh.
誰も彼もが死なぬ未来を望み前へ進んだと思っていたのだ。
Okay, so everyone died.
されどこの空に息をする者はもはや。
Holy shit, this is how we're gonna begin? Like a failed timeline?
すまない得意点青き少女も赤き竜も得意点。ああ。
Eyelids drooping, the captain offers no response, then finally loses consciousness entirely. Shutting his own eyes, the man laces his voice with anger for the first time in his long, long life.
これが汝が望みし天罰か。
Oh, do you make a weapon this powerful that instantly destroys everything? I don't know why Qilin just somehow has the power to just destroy literally everything in one breath. Like, how the fuck? Like, we face all other manners of world, universal, like, timeline, I don't know, destroying beings, or timeline altering or erasing beings. And then you just have Qilin just breathes and then everything just turns to, like, to rubble and everyone just dies. It's not even this bad in this fight. Yeah, all you need is a 150 gold moon weapon and you're set.
だと思うのか、クソたてがみ。抜け殻ごときに蹂躙されているのが我の望みだとでも。
The beast of calamity bites back with venom, cradling the corpse of the Cardinal Saint they most cherished.
許せんな。この銃、報復の木にて同じ痛みを与え、我が王をもぎ取り煮えとせよ。たとえかつて同一の存在であったとしても、我以外が死滅をもたらすなど許せるものか。
After carefully laying their deceased friend on the ground, Koku unleashes a curse at the husk, spreading death. However, the efforts are for naught, as the manifestation of death lies beyond the reach of an ordinary attack.
クソたてがみ、突っ立ってないであれを止めろ。何としてもだ。
無益よ。
何？
仮に止められしとて 守るべきものはすでになし。
意味だと。そんなものどうでもいい。あれはシュシュクを死なせた。
すでに天使もくさびも息絶えた。空はじき滅びよう。
So all in one breath, not only like everyone, like even like the angels and wedges and just, god damn. Like, when did they build up Qilin to be this powerful? Did I forget to read over a Fate episode?
滅びか。
誠に役目を全うせんと欲すれば、己が新たな命を育もう。そうして新しき空を作
How
る。
the fuck do you make something like this? I don't know how the hell the Astros made something like this, or I'm assuming they're made by Astros. I don't freaking remember.
それこそ己らの本分よ。されど、それにいかほどの価値があろうか。
The Astro that made it might as well be better than Fa and Bubs. Yeah, it's just like, dude, Fasa and Beelzebub, they got nothing on Qilin. Like, what the fuck? Like, Qilin just so effortlessly just dealt with everyone. This is just the opening scene.
己が愛着を持った子らは誰も帰らぬのだ。
おいクソたて神、貴様は本当にクソなのか。我ら天地開闢の使命を放棄し、我を裏切り、手のひらの上でもてあそんできた貴様が。
Fingers clenching, Koku launches the fist at Piju's defeated form. All their plotting and their effort and research, and one flightless bird surpasses them in a single attack. Yeah, I was like, where the hell did this come from? The man accepts the blow, then another, and another, each more brutal than the last.
その口であれを止めないと、止められないと言えのか。クソが、クソたて神が。
国。
クソ。
You really do a Granblue's power scaling? Yeah, this really was like out of nowhere. Like, I'd understand if like they wanted to like sequel bait and then like all our efforts would just lead to this moment, and then we have like a sequel event if God forbid they take like a year to get around to it, and then I'd understand. But that like, oh.
団長たちだけでも蘇らせろ。できるだろう。
They really do just love dropping us into the thick of it and then make us wonder about how we do going forward.
分かっていいよ。
Yeah, like they did set Qilin up to be a threat and stuff, but yeah, just like we're just opening up with like the bad end. I'm like, god damn. I'm like, there better be good. Like, obviously there better be a good reason for this, but I mean, all right.
消えた魂は戻らぬ。たとえ姿形を同じく作りしとも、それはもはや得意点にも収縮にもあらず、愛着を知りし今、それが虚しき幻に過ぎぬことを己らは悟っていよう。
ならばどうすればいいのだ。あれはどうすればよかったのだ。
どうすればよかったのだろうな。
Silence settles between the two as the reality of their empty world sinks in. There is no one left to offer either of them recourse, if any can still be found. Or so they believe.
望まぬ結末を迎えたのならば、
Oh bullshit.
またやり直しましょう。
So whose voice is this just giving us the retry button?
誰だ。生きてるやつがいるのか。
ここにはいまい。
So, and this is coming after the main story update that ended the 11-year-long story they've been working on until now, which is still not done. So they're trying to shiny hunt and Violet. Yeah, I need to schedule. I need to like set up a night to actually read the main story at this point, cause yeah, like some like big things went down. Well, there better be, you know, obviously, but yeah, like from my side, it was like pretty worth reading. So I'm like, yeah, I really need to set up a night to actually read the main story now that all the new updates are lined up now. But yeah, I need to get around to it soon enough.
そうか。ならば、この忌々しい空はもう。
Granblue's spoil what happened to Viren. Oh yeah, I kind of saw that comic strip, so I kind of saw that. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I get for not reading the main story on release, so partially on me, but also, man, I kind of wish they have a spoiler filter sometimes. Like, if it's like directly relating to a brand spanking new like main story update episode, I wish they would apply like some kind of like a blur sensor filter over it for main story spoilers, and then just like remove it after, I don't know, like a month or two. To be fair, it's a predictable outcome for Viren. Yeah, that's true and all. Like, given what we know about Viren at this point, like lore-wise.
今度は全てを救えますように。
The sound of a light thump reverberates through the air as the world grows dark. The despair that overwhelmed the pair now fades away along with their consciousness.
誰もこんなことは望んでいないはずですから。
You wonder if they'll bring up the Bahamut ULB fates? I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of hope so, considering that like it's critical lore locked behind those hecking transcendences and everything.
スウェン、あなた以外は。
Only the mysterious woman's voice echoes in the silence that follows. Lives yet unwritten. Aww.
抜け殻ごときが収縮を。
From end to beginning. You hope after this event they're retiring Rise of the Beast? Oh, they're definitely not.
1582。
Man, this feels so weird just seeing this again. Like, the numbers like this. Like, having played Star Rail and all. Like, it really just feels like we're going through, like, the countless cycles again until we find the one timeline where we can actually, like, shake up the, or actually change the outcome and everything. From 33,550,336 cycles, and then here we're at attempt number 10,582. Amateur loop count. Yeah, Granblue got nothing while Finon went through all by himself. Like the music that accompanied Finon's whole his whole journey through the millions of cycles still sticks with me, like, even after reading the story. Like, it's a very depressing, melancholic, like, piano tune and everything. Like, it just really hammers in just how long and exhausting his seemingly never-ending mission is to just go through all those loops to get the core flames again and again and again and again, and like it gets you really emotionally invested as you see the gradual shift from his like normal self with like his humanity still intact and everything, humanity and emotions intact, but then you see it all just slowly over that long a time just slowly drift away, and even like a bit of desperation to cling on to what humanity he even has left inside of him. Like, you think Orologia did get into the trillions though? Oh yeah, that is true. Orologia did go through that many more, huh? Anyways, darkness gives way to light. Slowly a blue sky comes into view, replacing what felt to Kirby like never-ending oblivion. Orologia is a god though, so their mental capacity is going to be greater. Yeah, that's true too. Even if it was hell for them. Yeah, like, because they're not exactly mortal or anything, then... Although, granted, Finon and Star, if you want to, like, compare the time loops that the both of them basically went through. Although, technically, Orologia was, like, sifting through the different timelines to find out the one that actually works out. But, Finon was, like, living through the millions. And each cycle, I believe, is, like, 1,000 years. So... yeah, or I think 1,000 years, right? I don't exactly remember, but yeah, they kind of go through a lot.
そんなことがあるとは思えないが、だがこの状況は、頭が痛い。そうだね。そうかも。みんなして眠っちゃって嫌な夢を見た感じがするなんて。コク、単刀直入に聞く。これはお前の仕業か。お前には前科がある。僕たちにお役目を果たさせようとまじないで悪夢を見せたことがあった。そんなの顔を合わせる前のかなり前の話だぞ。いつバレた。そして王竜、やっと正体を見せたが、僕はまだお前のことも信用しきっていない。
Staring at the pair, Ami narrows her eyes in suspicion. Kirby considers the situation. Ami's doubts are understandable given her experiences. She is one of the Cardinal Saints, people entrusted with the duty of defeating the Cardinal Beast created by Huanglong. Both Saint and Beast were devised as a means for destroying Huanglong to destroy its counterpart Qilin and avert the annihilation of the skies. Both Saint and Beast were devised as a means for Huanglong to destroy Qilin. Okay. With such powerful forces at play, it comes as no surprise that Piju, Huanglong's mortal form, and Koku, an incarnation of Qilin, would come under scrutiny. However, not all present share the same misgivings.
違うと思います。私たち、ピジューさんとコクさんと出会って、いろいろ知りましたけど。みんな眠らせて悪夢見せるような妙な真似は多分しねえと思う。コクはしたくても力が出ねえみたいだしさ。私もそんな気がする。会って間もないけど、なんとなく。
しかり、そのような権能は備えなし。
もう、この国様の手にかかれば、やろうと思えばできるがな。
If we truly wished it.
どうやら嘘をついている様子でもないか。
それと一つ訂正を。今はピージューと呼べ。
わかった。疑った詫びとして今後はそう呼ぼう。はっ、貴様はクソたてがみで十分だ。
あだ名というやつか。親しみ深い。それも良い。酒が進む。
進むな。クソ清流の。こいつのことはクソ酒野郎とでも呼べ。怖いよ。本当にあの王竜とコクキリンだなんて。なんていうか、
し、コクちゃんくんはずっとピリピリしてるし。
I just like how nervous Ami actually, like, nervous and shy Ami actually is on the inside.
もういろいろ気にするな。シュシュクはお腹が空いたぞ。
And how much of a one-track mind Shushiku can be. That and she's like extremely forgetful and has trouble cleaning her room. Like, I just reread her Fate episodes earlier. Oh yeah, and has like a problem with spending money.
じゃあ続きといこうか。姿勢とピージュさん、ココくんちゃんさん様と若いピクニックのさ。
So wait, you have the advantage of having read all but the Fire Girls Fates right before the event came out. If you read them as they came out, it would be hard to remember the personalities. Yeah, like I spent some time like the past 2 days kind of like skimming over a lot of the Fate episodes, although I really didn't get around to finishing all of them. Like, I didn't go through all of Uruki's and Koku's Fate episodes, and I only got through like the first third of Piju's Fate episodes. Because I was kind of debating whether or not to just skim like the summaries or like scan through the script or whatever, but then I feel like I'd probably miss out on something if I didn't just like give it a good listen. But I think I got a decent reminder going through the ones I have fully gone through though.
はい。みんなで作ったお弁当を食べましょう。
But yeah, it would really be hard to remember them if you read them only once as they came out, and then it's been God knows how long before, you know, this event itself. Water Girl and oh god, and PG feel like the most important ones.
和解などするか。無理やり参加させよって。しかもなんだこの弁当の量は。船の全員に食わせる気か。
Yeah, the Zegan feel you feel can be skipped.
コクさんたちのためにってシュシュクちゃんが張り切っていっぱい作ってくれたんですよ。
Even Koku's didn't really matter. Yeah, Koku's was like I only have a vague recollection, but we're only, for the most part, we're only just doing really silly stuff with Koku for the most part, right?
ふんふん、喜べコク。お主の大好物のエビにタラバガニの煮物も入れたぞ。
Okay. And yeah, with Shushiku, like most of it was like kind of her being what was it? Just showing off how extremely like strong and durable she is, that she like jumps off a fucking airship to dive to the island and do random shit, and then her racking up a huge debt among the townspeople and just showing like off the more clumsy airheaded parts of her personality. But in terms of like the actual surrounding lore about the Four Saints, like not too much else there. And then like I guess a small snippet of her having like this like friendly, I think like the summary said like rivalry or some shit between her and Baihu as they kind of like, well, play fight with each other, but to, you know. And funnily enough, I saw the Shushiku Halloween cutscene, and she basically just walks up to Dancho with bleeding head and all because she was playing with Baihu, and then apparently like Baihu just apparently bit into Shushiku's head and she was just bleeding profusely from the head, and I'm like, what the fuck? She don't give a shit about the fact that she's bleeding profusely from her head.
貴様がその都度思いついた食いたいものを闇雲に詰め込んだだけだろ。我はどちらも食べたことがない。それはさすがにシュシュクが適当すぎるな。
Yeah, it's nothing super like special or something that like we have to remember for like the bigger picture of the stories. That's just being a cat owner.
大丈夫大丈夫。確かにエビやカニは全部シュシュクちゃんの好みだけど、団長さんに聞いてオムライスおにぎりも作ってきてあるから。
Not even joking.
オムライス
大好きなんだよね。
Omu rice.
愛情いっぱい込めたよ。
おー、どれ？一口だけなら食ってやらんこともない。
はい、
自分で食えるわ。これは気に入ったということか。
間違いなくな。ほら、仮面が喜んでる。
The masks don't lie.
いやー、あれ感情表現なんだ。ちょっと可愛いかも。
米が口についている。ほら、服からこっちに顔を向けてくれ。やめろ、子供扱いするな。自分で拭けろ、これぐらい。
Yeah, like Koga's just like in the middle of like everyone here.
わあ、いい子だね。つよつよここくんちゃんさん様で偉いね。よーしよーし。
スザクの貴様も撫でるな。
As lighthearted banter flows, so too does the food into the stomachs. Soon enough, the group finishes eating and begins to pack up the empty boxes. Though the eating part of the picnic is done, Viren watches as Chichiri and Shushuku continue to toy with Koku.
なあ、ピージュ。こいつ、本当にコクキリンの化身で間違いないんだよな。市政のみんなを苦しめていた原因の一体だとは全く思えねえんだけどな。
正確には我が半身の分体よ。そもそも国そのものに罪などないことに気づかされた。
Splinter of my other half, guilty of no sin.
己と同じ。ただ生まれてしまっただけよ。忌々しき死の力は己が分散した。今ここにあるのは随分と人の子に近い。
Disperse their powers of death?
奥様が劣等種に近いだと。
まあまあ、落ち着こうよ。ほらほら、アイスもあるよ。
どいつもこいつもこの国様を子供扱いしようって。
じゃあアイスはシュシュクがもらうな。
待て、いらんとは言ってない。
なんだか子育てしてるみたいだね。よちよち、いい子でちゅね。
スザクの我が力を取り戻したら真っ先に滅ぼしてやろう。
ごめんなさい。はい、土下座ストップだよ。お弁当吹き飛んじゃうからね。まあ子育てってのも間違いじゃないか。こいつ放っておくと物騒なこと言っておっかないまじないをしそうになるしな。
Trying to curse people left and right. It's only a more wide variety of personalities than with the Zodiacs. Kinda.
どれだけ人の子に近づこうと本質は異質の兵器なのだろう。だから僕たちが導くべきだ。
だったらシュシュクがお姉ちゃんをしてやるのだ。コク、いっぱい甘えていいぞ。
我の方が年上だ。お前また記憶をなくしたか。
いや、コクのことは全部覚えているぞ。一緒に釣りにも行ったな。釣れた魚を食べて腹が痛くなって。
行ったことないわ。まさかキノコ取りのことか。毒キノコで大変な目に。
The mushrooms.
己も育ててもらおうか。よもや失言か。
いや、なんていうか、その見た目で明らかに年下のやつらに育ててくれっていうのはな。
So Peach is into that, huh?
ただでさえ君の正体に驚いているのにこれ以上僕の頭の中をかき回さないでくれ。
Please, no more.
承知した。以後控えよ
With a nonchalant nod, Piju swirls his drink and allows the conversation to move on. The Cardinal Saints and the others enjoy the remainder of their chat, though the matter of their mysterious nap and nightmare remains unresolved. I love filler episodes! Woo!
う。なるほど。我が子らの教えによると。ピクニックの弁当も我が子らが作りし酒によく合う。
Peter really does love his liquor.
結局お酒につながるのか。お酒つよつよだね。
We have to establish relationship dynamics. Oh yeah. Like, now that we have, you know, we finally got all of them together, yeah, we gotta see how they all mesh together before we move on with the story.
手記に酔うという概念は兵器たるゆえ持ち合わせず。しかし存分に酔っている。我が子らとの団らんはあまたの美酒にも勝る。まことに良き酔いどれだ。
お主、難しい言葉ばかり使うのだな。だが楽しいのはよーく伝わってくるぞ。
まさに共に使命を放棄した今、随分と空の命に馴染んできた。これを成長と呼ぶのだろうか。異なこととはいえ喜ばしい。
確かに貴様がこの国様を巻き込む無理心中をやめたのは大変喜ばしい成長だ。代わりに我がこの空に死滅をもたらしてやるわ。
God, the mask is so goofy.
もうそんな物騒なこと言わないで。アイスでまた口汚れてるよ。ふきふきちまちょうね。
絶対に貴様から滅ぼしてやるからな。
No.
ふざくな。
ココくんちゃんさん様の当たりが強い。シュッシュクちゃんとは仲良しなのに。
仲良しではない。とにかく国様の野望の邪魔はするな。これこそが我の生まれた意味なのだからな。
コクキリンも？
何？
コクくんちゃんさん様が諦めてないってことは、コクキリンもそうなのかなって。
さあ、己はともかくとしてコクくんちゃんさん様はすでにあの抜け殻とは別の存在よ。
どうなんだコクくんちゃんさん様。
その呼び方を定着させるな。スザクの貴様のせいだぞ。
また私ばっか怒られてるよ。ブーブー。
こいつ反省しとらんな。だがクソたて神の言った通りではある。国様は抜け殻とは別の意志を持つ。あれの意志など知らん。
そっか。ウレちゃんが見た悪夢にね、こうして楽しんでる間にも極キリンの復活が近づいてる。
まさに己が使命を放棄した今、徐々にだが己が半身に力が戻っているのを感じる。もしやあの夢はそれを告げるものであったのかもしれないな。
Hey Hubu, thank you for the 79 months. How you doing?
国キリンが復活すれば全ての命が死ぬ。
抵抗もなくな。あれは死の結果そのものを引き起こす。
Qilin, a weapon created by the Astros to bring about complete annihilation as revenge for the war. An entity separate from primal beasts, it gathers strength solely for the purpose of eradicating all life. Which fucking Astro designed this fucker? Like, goddamn. Still too early to say. You got a headache right now? Hope you get well soon, Hubu. How's the event? Power scaling's whack. So, out of all the Primal Beasts and other stuff we've seen in Granblue's lifespan so far that can bring about world-ending death, but there's like a gradual build-up for it. Here's this guy that we've been bullying for years for the random farming events that we do every couple of months. And then it's like, oh yeah, like just casually he just destroyed the whole world and all the other like godlike beings like in one breath, like caught in the AoE as well, like way far off screen too somehow. It's like, oh, okay. Literally everything we know and love and associate with just gone. Like, out of nowhere, it's just like, okay, like they've been building up, but it's like they just made the reveal of the actual bad end, like they just put it right in front of your face. It's like, oh yeah, here, everyone's dead. Try again in the next timeline. I'm like, what? You guess all the years of bullying is what fueled Qilin? You know what? I buy that as a headcanon.
たとえこの空の断りであろうと、たとえ命なき星の獣であろうと、抗う術などなし。
Its power defies... Thank you, Hubu. Its power defies the laws of the skies. Even creatures of astral design which lack mortality would be defenseless. Okay, so he got, like... just ignores any... like... things of immortality or immunity. Okay.
じゃあ急がないとね。この空のためにも、朱雀、師匠の子たちのためにも。あの子たちだってずっと苦しんでいるんだから。
まこと、非道を強いた。それが役目とはいえ、解放が叶うならばしてやりたい。
どこまでも自分勝手だな。貴様が我から力を奪わねば、師匠も姿勢も苦しまずに済んだ。
Basically, Basically, it has Rune Factory grapple attacks but on a dimensional scale.
だが、すでに始まってしまったことを蒸し返しても無益だ。これからのことを話そう。
素じゃない網ってなんかすげえ頼もしいな。
Listening to Viren whisper, Kirby smiles and nods in agreement.
聞こえてるよ。やっぱりおかしいかな。
それで解決策は見つかりそうか、団長。ピージュに頼まれていた。確かそう言っていたよな。因果の始まりを止める方法。
急げよ。己すらも役目を放棄する以上、黒麒麟の復活は早まるばかりだ。
Kirby frowns, remembering the cycle in which the Cardinal Saints, Cardinal Beasts, Huanglong, and Qilin have been trapped. No effort has been spared in searching for a way to end their suffering. But unfortunately, the solution appears to remain out of reach.
悪い。全然見つかってねえんだ。ただ、ピージュが言っていたあの時の言葉。
始まってしまった因果を止める方法は己には思い当たらぬ。因果の始まりそのものを止めることができれば、あるいはとも思うが、それにきっと汝らは出会っているはずだ。己と同じように善も悪もないそういったものに、たとえそれの力を借りずとも似た何かがあるはずだろう。確かに託した。しかしあの話はあくまで例えではあったがな。
You think you know? In halting origin causality itself. Surely you've encountered something similar before, much like myself. Perhaps one need to rely on such power directly. That can serve as one purpose. Akasha? Oh yeah!
でも それをすることができる存在に確かに私たちは出会っているんです。
本当？ああ、過去を改変しちまう聖少獣。
Akasha.
アーカーシャ。
Can't believe we're actually gonna bring Akasha into this. or something related to Akasha.
過去改変だと？それほどの聖少獣、我が知らぬはずが。
知ってるやつの方が少ねえよ。ずっと封印されていたんだからな。
Except Akasha is gone. You know, we can, you know, brush aside that fact, you know, no, they don't have to know that.
前にその聖少獣を使って星の民が存在しない歴史を作ろうとしていた人がいたんです。
Unless the main story retcon that. I don't know. I don't remember. Also, man, I don't remember like this shot of like Freesia before. Man, it's been like a long time.
存在を消してしまうことまでできるのか。なんてむごいことを。
起動したらな。けどそれはオイラたちが阻止した。
そんな危険なこと絶対に許せませんから。アーカン社は起動することなく B さんの力で消滅させてしまいました。
そっか、もういないんだね。
はい。まだ存在していたら何か手がかりになったのかもしれませんけど。
確かに歴史そのものを変える力があるのなら
たやすく我が子らの地獄は解決するだろう。惜しいな。
Shusuke?
こいつ話についていけずに興味をなくしたな。
Shusuke!
つまり進展はなしということか。
いや、そうでもない。一つ特進が言った。
え？
それに、そうか、アーカーシャ。
何をもったいぶってんだ。
ふん、古き。
Taken aback by the sudden address, Uruki stares blankly at Piju as he flashes a gentle smile. Without warning, the man summons a passageway and beckons her toward it.
古きのみついてきてほしい。大事な話がある。
It's fine, she's the muscle, she needs not to know why, just how and where.
ウルちゃんだけ？
先に行こう。日課もあるのでな。
話は終わったのか？ウルキ、そんな顔をしてどこへ行く？ピージアについていくんだよ。多分ウルちゃんが一番知っているから。あ、団長さんたちやチチリちゃんには打ち明けてるんだけれどね。ウルちゃん、みんなよりも王竜の影響をずっと強く受けているの。
Way more than the rest of you.
そのせいで昔の姿勢の記憶がウルちゃんの心の中にもね、いくつか残ってるんだ。
Oh.
そうだったのか。今まで黙っていたのは。
みんなのため。どん詰まりな状態を知らせたら私たちが傷つくと思ってだよ。
そうか、妥当な判断だろうな。事実団長と出会う前の僕たちに精神的余裕はなかった。
だが黙っていられるのは好かんぞ。
ああ、僕たちを頼ってくれてよかった。信頼できなかったかもしれないが、それでも
一人で歩むよりも少しは心強いかもって。
ちょっと素が出てるよ。
とにかく今後はもっと頼ってくれ。
決まりだな。じゃあウルキ、みんなでついていくぞ。
貴様は寝ていたから状況を理解できていないだろうが。
Cute. Yeah, Ame's cute side is super adorable when it when it leaks out, or when you like tease her just enough to break the cool scary looking facade that she holds up.
寝ながら聞いていたぞ。なんとなくだが。
Being cute is her main reason to exist. What is my purpose? You talk to your plushes in your room in privacy. Oh my god.
これ分かってなさそうだな。シュシュクちゃんらしいや。でもね、今回はウルちゃんだけで行くよ。ピージュと二人だけでもう一度ちゃんと話してみたかったから。
How'd you know? Quite literally in her Fate episode, she left her door open so that when Dancho, Lyria, Viren went to check on her, like the door was already wide open, and then they already heard Ami doing her cutesy voice talking to all of her plushes on her bed. And then they couldn't bring themselves to interrupt her conversation with their plushes, so they just kept listening until she was done talking. And then she got embarrassed. How'd you know you meant Ami? Oh. The moment her form fades away, the entrance also vanishes from the crew's sight.
もう一度とはどういうことだ。
以前私たちウルちゃんの記憶を見ることがあって、
そこでピージュが乗り移った人間とウルキが話してたんだよ。無理心中をやめてくれってウルキは訴えててさ。
その時のピージュさんは聞く耳を持ってくれなくて、ウルちゃんは傷ついて。
そうだったんだ。それは知らなかったな。話してって言ったばっかなのに。本当に一人で抱え込むんだから。
僕もだ。姿勢のみんなに言えてないことがいろいろ。
じゃあこれからはもっともっと話そう。お互いの悩みもお互いの辛さも全部分かち合っていこう。ああ、コクもだぞな。
ふん。
Hold on. Let me go get comfortable real quick. Let me go get my controller plugged in so I can actually advance the text without having to use my mouse. One moment. Getting my lounging chair for this. Okay, is everything... Okay, there we go. Controller gaming. Let me just drag my chair closer. Okay. Now I can... Oh, ah! Now I can get real comfortable. Hopefully I don't get too comfy and actually fall asleep, because I've done that a couple times, like, when I was, like, bringing up my other chair to kind of, like, sit back and relax and everything. Uriki finds herself at Piju's residence, a place Kirby and the crew had once visited. Atop the solitary island lies countless graves, before which Piju can be seen paying his respects.
ようこそ我が子よ。つい先日得意点を招待した反省を生かした。 家を建てることは叶わぬが、我が子が好きであろう甘味はいくらか用意してある。
ありがとう。でも、その、お墓は？
おお、得意点から聞いていなかったか。いいや、あえてだろうな。確かにこれは己が話すべきことだ。気を使わせたな。ここに並ぶは歴代の死生の墓。死体の持ち帰りは叶わぬとも、よりどころを作りて供養している。
Cemetery for the past Cardinal Saints. With an affectionate gaze, Piju stares at the gravestone in front of him and pours himself a drink.
献杯よ。
Stepping slightly forward, he raises the glass and downs the drink in one motion.
己の慰めに過ぎん。なんと愚かなことか。献杯ではなく、すべての子らと乾杯を交わすべきであった。
そっか。お墓参りが日課だったんだね。
ああ、同じ時間に酒を添え、名を呼び、ねぎらっている。
Ah, Zoe. Suddenly, another familiar memory flashes through the back of PG's mind.
パイも添えている。優しき医師にも世話になったゆえ、すべて愛しき我が子らだ。非道を強いたとはいえ、愛着を持ちし子らよ。
じゃあ、君もこの理不尽な地獄に心を痛めていたんだ。
どうやらそうらしい。己に心などないと思っていたが、遅すぎる気づきだ。
ううん、全然遅すぎないよ。気づけたことが大事だもん。ウルちゃんだって君と最初に会った時はおりゃ、もうやめてよ。
おお、あっぱれ。借りた人の子の体とはいえ、己が認識できぬとは。宿した己の力も育ったな。人の子の体を傷つけず、己の魂のみをいてさすか。
ふざけないで。その人の体も解放して。
とうとう死に近づける。未だ役目を果たす気は？
絶対に果たさないよ。ウルちゃんは全部知ってるんだから。
憂うな。この空は存続する。是非に及ばず必要な犠牲だ。
けど君が死ねば師匠の子たちも師生も一緒に死んじゃうんでしょ。ちちりちゃん、アミちゃん、シュシカちゃんが死ぬんだよ。そんな言葉で片付けないで。
分かってくれ。役目を果たしてくれ。己と国麒麟と共に死んでくれ。
全部知った気になってた。でも君の地獄を理解できていなかったよ。自分で生み出した命を自分で殺すことが辛くないはず。君の矛盾に、嘘に、ウルちゃんは寄り添ってあげ。
どこまでも優しく里い子だ。 すまないな、ウルキ。まこと苦労をかけた。
いいんだよ。ありがとう、ピーシュ。無理心中をやめてくれて。
あなや、礼を言われるとは。
今の君なら信頼できる。今のウルちゃんなら君と一緒に歩めるよ。一緒に全部を救おう、ピージュ。
なあ、必ず。そのために心苦しいが汝にしか頼めぬことがある。愛着を知った今では、この島の光景は人の子らには毒であることを心得る。ウルキ、汝を呼ぶことすら躊躇したのだが、前へ進むために汝の力が必要だ。
Speaking softly, Piju leads Uruki to one particular gravestone. Atop it lies what appears to be a Yuppei.
300年ほど前の死生。汝の先祖にあたる者の墓だ。
そんなに昔の。
思えばウルキによく似ていた。その里さも強さも危うさも。ウルキよ、汝の聖唱は心臓に達し、歴代の死生の記憶を魂で知覚しているだろ
う。でも全部の記憶じゃないよ。断片的なものばかりで。
心得ている。されどこの者の記憶を読み解くことは叶うはずだ。この者は己が死に際に立ち会った数少ない英雄よ。命の灯火が消えるその最中、己に訴えかけてきたのだ。赤き地平、因果を。
In the Crimson Horizon.
赤き地平、因果。
うつろな目で必死にな。その言葉の真意はわからぬ。だが今日、因果を改変する聖唱獣が存在していたことを知った。もしや赤き地平にはアーカーシャそのものではなく、近しきものが眠っているのでは。
A being with power similar to Akasha?
星の民は同じ研究所で似たような兵器を作ることがあるゆえ、現に己や黒麒麟がそうであろう。己らは星の獣ではないのだがな。
それずっと不思議だったの。ピージュとコクちゃんって一体何なの？
If you are primal beasts.
さあ、兵器であること以外は何も。
そっか。
己らの正体なんぞどうでもよい。今優先すべきは己らによって引き起こされる最悪の回避よ。己も無理心中をやめ、黒麒麟を滅する方法がついえた。たとえ眉唾であろうと、あの子の話に望みをかける価値はあろ
う。わかった。ウルちゃん、確かめてみるよ。
墓石に触れるだけでよい。汝ならばそれだけでわかるはずだ。
ご先祖様、ウルちゃんたちに力を貸して。
Uruki then reaches out to touch the tombstone, her petition reminiscent of a prayer.
赤き地平、因果をか。そのためにはウルキに頼まねばならぬ。
Darkness envelops Uruki's mind the moment she touches the tombstone. But soon enough, a flood of light reveals an unfamiliar scene to her.
ここは玄武が現れる島かな。天候も荒れてないし雪もない。今の島よりずっと緑もある。気温も安定してる気がする。寒さは感じないけれど。そっか。ご先祖様の記憶ならまだ玄武は災害になる前か。
玄武、またお役目を果たすため散ってもらおう。
あれは玄武とご先祖様だよね。
今回も倒せたが、一体いつまで続くのだ。出現するたび玄武は心なしか手強くなっている。もし無限に繰り返すのなら、私の血族が果たしていつまで玄武の相手ができるというのだ。この地獄はいつまで続く。
やがて終わりますよ。最悪な形で。
ああ。ああ。
誰だ。ここは危険だ。すぐに立ち去っ。お前人じゃないの。よもや我が主王竜様と同じ。いや違うな。星の獣か。しかし待て、最悪だと。なぜ貴様がそれを知っている。
読みましたから。
そうか。人外とはどうも会話が成立しにくいのだな。我が主同様に。相手をする時間が無駄と言いたいが、接触がただの与太とは思えぬ。
里いですね。ただ私がここにとどまれる時間はあと数分もありません。今から話す話をどうか王竜。
話せ。疑問は捨ておこう。
感謝を。このまま姿勢が使命を果たし続ければ、やがて師匠は消滅するでしょう。
If the cardinal beast persists, the cardinal beast will one day cease.
そしてその力の根源たる王竜も黒麒麟も死に、王竜によって生み出された多くの命も共に消え去る。あなたもあなたの子も。
なんだと。
王竜も不本意のはずです。ですがそうまでしなければあの二つの兵器は死なない。
Also, I gotta say, this lounging chair that I'm sitting in was a mistake. I'm getting too comfortable.
王竜が死傷死生を使った真珠を図らねば、黒麒麟による死滅が空を襲うのですから。
待て、意味がわからない。つまり私たちは世界を救うための犠牲になるのか。私の子も。何言ってるんだ貴様。
Drifting off into Slumberland. Qilin must be eliminated unless everyone dies.
この人何者なの？どうしてピージュの本当の目的を知っているの？
この理不尽な因果を終わらせる方法は一つだけ。ふざけた因果を始めたスウェンを殺してください。
Suin, the one who started it all. The one who started it all.
あの子は王竜と黒麒麟を作り、この空に死滅をもたらすあなたたちの運命を狂わす元凶。あの子さえいなければこんな地獄は始まらなかった。方法は赤き地平に落ちなさい。そしてそこに幽閉された因果を書き換える星の獣を。
Huh. Descend into the Crimson Horizon, seek the imprisoned primal beast capable of rewriting fate. About that. Wait. Taishang Laojin. Aww. I mean, they did say something about another Primal Beast with a similar thing to Akasha, although I feel like it's kind of a cop-out, but sure. Is it how the tree was made? Oh yeah, the tree thing, is it? Maybe? Well, let's see. Also, hold on, I gotta go. There's something that was caught in mod view real quick. There we go. Taishang Laojin. Are we seriously dealing with the main story loose end? Apparently? We'll see.
意味がわからん。意味がわからんが。
Everything she said was utterly baffling. You can say that again, jeez.
我が主のもとへ行こう。どうせ人の身を借りて酒場にでもいるだろう。なんだと？復活が早すぎるぞ。
Main story, my side events.
なんだこの力は。
Uruki's ancestor receives the full brunt of Shunwu's sudden attack, but someone manages to return a blow of her own. We did learn that Akasha was a necessary existence when we got fucked up by the tree. I'm having trouble recalling that because it's been so long since I read that part of the story. It's so hard to remember the main story just given how long it's taken. It's like trying to recall like... It's like trying to recall what happened in like the first 200 episodes of One Piece when you're like 1,000 episodes in over the years. I'm just like, I don't fucking know, dude. It's been so long. Makes sense the Astros would make more than one in case they needed to neutralize one. Like, the contingency plan. Gotta have a backup just in case.
嘘だ。貴様、何度蘇れば気が済むのだ。
おかしい。こんなの絶対。ウルちゃんの時も一度だけゲームの復活が早かった時があった。でもこれは違う。ピージュの気配を感じない。まるで誰かに無理やり。
Someone else is pulling the strings. Every time Uruki's ancestor emerges victorious, Granblue immediately revives with an even greater vengeance. The past saint slowly but surely succumbs to the relentless onslaught. Writhing in agony, the Cardinal Beast raises a mighty limb over the exhausted saint. Oh! And now it leaves. My job here is done. Uruki watches in horror as the life fades from her ancestor's crushed body, when suddenly a new figure suddenly arrives at the scene.
天命を果たしたか。
ピージュ、違うよ。あんなの姿勢の役目じゃない。
That's not how she's supposed to die.
赤き地平、赤き地平、因果。
Aww. So wait, isn't water one of those elements you need for dark elemental things like uncapping evokers? Yeah, like with dark, usually if there's only 4 elements involved in some kind of uncapping process, dark would need water, earth, light is fire, wind.
おう、ウルキ、目を覚ましたか。ゆるりと呼吸をせよ。
ウルちゃん、戻ってきたんだ。
So wait, maybe the other element related to Dark's beast is under Qilin's control? Not sure?
すまない、負荷をかけた。水を持ってこよ
ううん、大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。それよりもね、ピージュ、聞いて。ご先祖様はね。
Uruki shares the happenings of her foray into her ancestors' memories. Of particular note are the woman who knew Huanglong's true goal, and the primal beast in the Crimson Horizon capable of rewriting causality. Last but not least, Uruki makes sure to explain Shonyu's sudden and inexplicable rampage.
剣舞もやりたくなさそうだった。
己が干渉せずして玄武が復活し暴走したと。ありえぬ話だ。しかし他でもない我が子の言葉よ。ありえぬことでも信じよう。
ピージュ。
話を聞くに何者かが玄武を利用したのかもしれぬ。ウルキの先祖に接触した女の言葉を己に伝えることを阻止するためにならば女の言葉の信憑性が増す。
To prevent your ancestor from conveying the woman's message to me.
大乗老君の力を借りて因果を書き換えてスエンを殺す。
さらば己らが存在せぬ世界を作ることが叶うかもしれん。感謝するぞウルキよ。謎は多く残るが赤き地平へ向かうもやむなし。暴走した玄武の謎を紐解く何かも見つかるやもしれん。
うん。でも待って、スエンを殺したらピージュたちは消えちゃうんだよね。
それが目的ゆえ安心せよ。汝らは消させぬ。大乗老君を直に調べ 我が子らも消えることが分かればこの術はなし。愛着に気づいた今、汝らは決して消さぬ。消させてな。
ピージュ。
師匠にも随分と苦労をかけた。彼らも消滅しない未来こそ己が望む未来よ。消えるのは兵器たる己と国のみでいいのだ。
ダメだよ。
信じられぬか。汝らに非道を強いた者の言葉など。
違うよ。ピージュもコクちゃんもみんなにとって大切だもん。君たちがいなくなったら団長さんも市政のみんなも傷つくよ。だからスエンを殺して君たちも消えるのならそんなことはしたくないよ。
Despite clearly hearing Urugi's plea, Iju simply smiles, then gently places a hand on her head.
約束だよ、ウレちゃん。君だってなんとかしてあげたいんだもん。
まこと、己は愚かよな。これほど優しい子を随分と傷つけてしまった。まずは赤き地平へ向かおうぞ。大乗老君を僧帽にて確かめん。得意点たちのもとへ帰ろう。この術の是非を問うべきだ。
うん。
却下だ。
Upon returning from the Dragon Sanctum, Urugi and Piju divulge the details they obtained from the memories of the previous saint. One problem, airships can't go to the Crimson Horizon, so how are we getting there? I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know if airships, since airships can't operate within there, how did we get there last time? Though killing Siwen would avert the world's impending doom, doing so would put Piju and Koku's very existence at risk.
なぜこの国様が劣等種のために消えねばならんのだ。
The last time? I'm kind of forgetting, it's been a long time. We took Pandemonium. Oh. So the place is full of chaos, things that does bad things when high concentrations. Which, if I recall now, is a tower. Oh yeah! Immensely displeased with the potential outcome, Koku is quick to voice their dissent.
消えるならクソたてがみ、貴様だけにしろ。なぜ当然のごとく我を道連れにする。そもそも我が誕生した時も力を奪いやがって。
当然。己と汝は一蓮托生の災害よ。共に繋がった存在ゆえ、共に消えるべし。
Koku's voice pretty good? Oh yeah, I like Koku's voice.
貴様と一蓮托生など断じて認めん。
すまないな、コクよ。
飼えぬというのなら今ここで。
落ち着いて。
暴れるだけ無駄だ。ピージーを殺したら僕たちもろとも君も死ぬんだぞ。それにピージーが簡単に死ねるのならそもそもこんな厄介なことにはなっていない。
黙れ黙れ黙れ。貴様らにもてあそばれるのはもう我慢の限界だ。
うわ、コク本気みてえだ。早く止めねえと。
Nodding in agreement, Kirby moves toward Koku. But before Koku can act, They suddenly freeze in place before falling to the ground.
大丈夫？ココくんちゃんさん様。
うるさい。うるさい、うるさい、うるさい。
力が出せぬか、我が半身よ。見たところ、何をきっかけかは計り知れぬが、黒麒麟の力がその身に宿りつつあるな。されど、その力は使えぬ。
知った口を聞くな。こいつにだけはバレてたまるか。国様が誰かのためでないとまともに力を使えんなどと。くそ、なぜだ。なぜ生まれただけなのに死なねばならん。
コク。
しかも劣等種どものために。
大丈夫だコク。コクが消える作戦なんかするわけないぞ。
はい。ピーシアさんだっていなくなったら嫌です。
それに殺すなんてさ、他にもっと方法はねえのか。
他に術がなければ致し方なし。されど安心せよ。手を汚すのは己のみでよい。
いや、そういう問題じゃ。お前が手を汚すこともオイラたち嫌なんだけども。
Let's take a poll on what we think the Astro's reason for making them were. Science? For fun? Oh, deep sad backstory? All of the above.
絶対嫌な思いするだろうお前。そんな気持ちを抱いた挙句消えるかもしれねえなんて。
I mean, probably for science, but then they'll probably back it up with some sad backstory for why they chose to research to make, like, Huanglong, Qilin, and everything. I don't freaking know. You think Cygames would be boring in, say, 3? I'd assume it's a combination of, like, 1 and 3, with more of it being on 3 than 1.
ほら、みんなもう君のこと大切なんだよ。でもね、大丈夫。ウルちゃんと約束したもんね。約束？どんな約束したの？ピージュもコクくんちゃんさん様も消えちゃうなら絶対にこの策はなしって。
そうだったのか。
うん。でもまずは本当に退場老くんがいるかどうか確かめるのが大事だと思う。
It would be funny because I mean the jackass made a weapon that can instantly end the world for the lulz. Honestly, I'd be down for that. Just so we don't have like the usual origin of like, here's like a very, very sad, tragic backstory. Now the world has to die. It's like, how many times have we gone through this?
だからとりあえず
honestly, I don't
み
know.
んなで退場老くんに会いに行こう。
Although, given like the amount of like things that either have like some deep, sad, emotional backstory, or some random shit that happens just for the sake of comedy, honestly, I guess like I'd be just indifferent to whatever the reasoning would be at this point, because we kind of seen a wide variety of motives and stuff for a lot of stories or creations of certain beings in general. So we kind of seen the wide spectrum of for shits and giggles all the way down to super emotional or super emotionally heavy reasons or something. Just more reason to end Granblue. We've had too many stories go that way, it's getting old. I don't know. It really makes you think about like where they plan or what they plan to do with Granblue the gacha, like going forward. Like if you think about like somehow the next 5 to 10 years or some shit. Can you imagine? Oh dear God. And granted, we've had Fate Grand Order last for this long, but that's just by virtue of the Fate IP itself. Like, the gameplay, hell no, no one's playing this shit for the gameplay. The music, like, there's some definitely good bangers, but not like the entirety of the soundtrack. So it's just like, and also we'd probably have more things going for the Fate franchise if it wasn't just FGO just kind of like probably taking up more of like Nasu's like writing time and everything. I don't know. Just make relinks. Yeah, like I definitely would like to see more of Granblue expand beyond the gacha aspect at this point, because they have proven themselves with, you know, the fighting game, or with Versus, with Relink. Would definitely like to see like them expanding into more other stuff. Maybe even, dare we say, an actual Granblue fantasy JRPG? Okay, that'd be pretty pretty funny.
ソエンの命を奪う以外の方法も見つかるかもしれないし。
So wait, if I look at every other Fate project, all the mangas, novels, games, they're all stalling, some for years. Cygames could never. You have no idea how Summer Renly got finished? FGO is the only thing that actually keeps going? Oh, really? But yeah, I haven't actually checked on much of like everything else surrounding Fate franchise. Like at this point, the only thing I'm mostly familiar with is just the original Fate Stay Night and FGO. Like I don't know shit about like anything else. Like whether like the only things I would know about like Fate Extra, Strange Fake, or maybe even Prism of Ilia, or you know, just some other stuff. I'd hear from you guys if I'm reading like an FGO story pertaining to some of the other Fate stories that I haven't even read or watched or whatever. But yeah, FGO really is like continually developing compared to how a lot of ongoing like series are, huh? Requiem hasn't been updated in years. Aprilia rarely updates. Really? Oh, I thought Prism Ilia was kind of like further along with whatever they do in that story. Extra Remake? Yeah, like Extra Remake is just like, God, like how long does it take? Like, what's the status update on? I just want to see a status update on like, where they are in development, because I don't know shit. Unless I missed out on an update somewhere.
会って話を聞くだけなら賛成だ。コクくんちゃんさん様。
清流の貴様まで我をバカにするのか。だがな、そこのクソたて神が約束を守るとは思えん。
本音を口にすれば、己と国の犠牲だけで済むのならば、試すべきと信じている。
おい、玄武のこいつ道連れにする気満々だぞ。監督不行き届きだ。
ピージュー。
そう嘆くな。あくまで最終手段よ。
So at the last update you saw, no idea if it's the most recent. Think that Fate Extra Remake's getting close to done, but who knows for sure? Yeah, I don't know what's like. It should, or maybe it's like really close to it, but I'm not sure what's like holding up the last bit. Unless like they're really trying to like polish it up or something and they really want to get this right, then I guess, but yeah, who knows?
国も本音はやぶさかではないのだろ?
Speaking of Summer Remnant, next month is the time to start that. Yeah, I should. I really should get to it soon.
はあ、我の何を見てそう思った。
Paying Koku's clenched fist and menacing glare no heed, Piju leans in close for a whisper.
何時も愛着を持っているだろう。人の子に、私淑に。
え？
貴様。
If I started then, I should have time to finish all 3 routes and have it fresh in my mind. Yeah, probably.
仮面は正直言え、隠し立ては無用よ。
But yeah, I really also need to get going with Trails of the Sky first chapter as well. And then like, hopefully get that finished eventually, to then do Samurai Remnant 2, or as well. I mean, maybe even do the DLCs if I decide to buy that. Maybe probably like the next time. Actually, is it on sale right now or is it not? Because yeah, I kind of like missed out on a couple sales earlier, but I was kind of like debating on, or I was kind of like reluctant to because of like my current backlog. First DLC character is a character I like. Sadly, I haven't gotten any of the DLCs. Okay.
己らの犠牲は最終手段。だがその時は共に行こう。我が子らを守るため。
行かんわ。離れろ。近いわ、クソだて神。行くだけ行ってやる。試すかどうかさておきな。
コクくんちゃんさん様、ありがとう。
で、どう行くんだ。赤き地平なんぞ行けるのか。
Okay, finally somebody asked the question. How do we get to the Crimson Horizon?
そうだよね。あまり私は詳しくないんだけど、空の底なんだよね。
Okay, first we go to the edge of the island and then we jump off.
船でただ突っ込んでも死ぬだけだろうな。
浮力消失コードがあるからな。普通に行ったら墜落しちまう。じゃあ近くまで行って船から飛び降りれば着地はできるのではないか？
Oh my gosh, Shichiku.
そういや、お前会った時も船から飛び降りてたな。シュシュクちゃん、今は真面目な話をしてるからね。大真面目だが。
What if we just teleport there? His head tilted in thought, Peach summons a passageway.
己が作る扉を使えばすぐにでも行けよ。
Okay. I mean, like, Pichu made the passageway to like the Cardinal Saints graveyard, so what's stopping him from making a portal to the Crimson Horizon?
赤き地平にか？そんな簡単に。
It's that easy? It's that easy.
おい、待て。そんな権能はないだろう。
Wait, as far as we know, that is not an ability you possess?
しかり、赤き地平そのものに扉をつなげることは不可能だ。
You think this is the first time we've seen the Crimson Horizon after the other world got erased? Huh. I shouldn't be able to connect to the Crimson Horizon.
ならばこの扉は何だ。赤き地平に行けるとついさっき言ったのは貴様だぞ。
焦るな。確かに赤き地平そのものには扉はつながらぬ。されど扉は開かれた。大乗老君が座する地へ。何故だろうな。
The passage opened to me directly to where Taisheng Laojun resides. Why? I have no idea. Okay. So he just could and he doesn't know. Though so confused, Peter steps through the entrance undeterred. Left with no other choice, the rest of the group scrambles to follow after. Okay. I thought we'd have to go through some hoops to establish the passageway, but it's like, okay. Even Piju just has no idea. It's like, yeah, I don't know why I'm given this ability now, even though I shouldn't have it, but hey, let's go. Seems a little lazy, I guess? I don't know.
ここが赤き地平。王子寺から昔聞いたんだけど、赤き地平ってもっと恐ろしい場所じゃ。
ああ。
貴様、やはり適当な場所に繋いだのではあるまいな。
確信は持てぬ。されど 大乗郎君はいるはずだ。
と言ってもどこにも。ようやくお会いできましたね。
Oh, it her.
誰だ君。
Eyes narrowing in suspicion, Ami steps protectively in front of the group. Somehow this mysterious newcomer has approached without anyone noticing.
いつの間に。
ずっとお待ちしておりました。王竜黒麒麟の化身、姿勢、そして得意点。
誰だと聞いている。
ジョカでございます。流れ歩きを司る聖少獣です。
Nua. Crown beats the traversal.
流れ歩き？なんだかよくわからんものを司ってるのだな。歩くだけだったら試食にもできるぞ。ほら、えほえほ。
ええ、その通り。大した力ではありません。ただ好きな場所へ行けるだけ。くさびや王竜様の扉のような力ですね。
Traveling as I please, like the gateways Huanglong or the wedges of the skies can create, like the six dragons.
全然大したことある。つよつよだよ。
ありがとうございます。ですが、もう私の力は。いえ、失礼しました。ただこの力のおかげであなたたちを導けました。
Angra? Maybe?
ついに終わらせることができる理不尽な運命を。
ねえ、君、ご先祖様の記憶にいたよね。
記憶？
ウレちゃんはそのご先祖様の記憶が見れて。
ああ、なるほど。ではあの時のことつては現代にてようやく伝わったのですね。
If traversal is what her powers, then logically she should be able to go to the astral realm. Yeah, if we can go from Crimson Horizon to like the Sky Realm, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be an issue just going directly to the astral realm as well.
あなたたちの来訪に気の遠くなるような時間がかかった理由もうなずけます。てっきりここへ渡る方法を模索するために時間がかかったものかとも思いましたが。
じゃあ300年も待たせちゃったんだ。そっか、そういうことになるんだよね。
Yeah, 300 years is like 300 years.
そんなにも経っていたのですね。ですがあくまでそれはウルキ様の先祖に会いに行った時からの計算。もっともっと長く私はこの地にいますよ。
そんな長い時間も。
そうなりますね。故にもう来ないものかと。
ウルキ、誠にこのものか。
うん、間違いないと思う。君は何者なの？
身分は明かしたはずですが。
そういうことじゃなくて、どうしてご先祖様に会いに。どうしてウルちゃんたちのことを知っているの？こいつのことも知ってるみたいだしな。
読みましたから。
それご先祖様にも言ってたけど、どういうこと？
じきに嫌でもわかりますよ。それに私の詮索などせんなきことです。そうでしょ、王竜黒麒麟の化身よ。あなたたちがすべきことは大乗郎君を使いスエンを殺すことなのですから。大乗郎君のもとへ案内します。ついてきてください。決してこの庭園から外に出ぬように。 今いる場所は大乗老君の力で浄化された地とはいえ、赤き地平の一部に間違いないのですから。
This land has been purified by Taisheng Laojun's power.
やっぱりここは赤き地平で合ってるっぽい？
あの人の話ではそうみたいですね。
浄化っつったか？因果を書き換えるだけじゃなく、そんなこともできんのか？
どうなんでしょう。でもそれよりもあの人、本当に聖少獣なんでしょうか？
違うのか。
Explains why chaos is not chaosing us, but this means we just have to wait to see what a post-Otherworld Crimson Horizon is like. Yeah.
わかりません。確かに聖少獣の気配はありました。けどピージウさんやコクさんに近いような。
おいクソたて神、どういうことだ。星の獣と異なる兵器は我らだけのはずだろ
う。ルリアもコクも正しい。用心せよ。長きを生きる己でも未知の存在ゆ
え。Heeding Piju's warning, the group exchanges nods before following after Nua. When they finally catch up to their mysterious host, they find themselves in a room filled to the brim with books. Oh. To everyone's surprise, a large casket sits among the piles and piles of bound volumes.
これがアーカーシャと同じような力を持つ大乗老君？
棺？中に入っているのは
包帯でぐるぐる巻き、まるでミイラみたい。
なんだか怖いような、神々しいような。
ずいぶんボロボロでかわいそうに見えるのだ。想像してたのとずいぶん違うな。
恐れる必要はありません。この者こそがあなたたちの運命を救う鍵でございます。
またシュシュクが寝ている間にややこしい話をしていたようだな。
I was talking about hard stuff when I was asleep. Redact and amend. Huh.
なあ、ジョカっつったよな。これが大乗老君だとして、なんでこいつはこんな状態なんだ？赤き地平にこいつとお前がいることも謎だしさ。
過去を改変する力を持つアーカーシャは長い間封印されていましたし。
まさか同じような力を持つ大乗老君も封印されているのか？
ええ、ご推察の通りです。アーカーシャと同じ研究所で生まれ、アーカーシャよりも早く製造され、
was created in the same lab prior to Akasha. Okay.
あれよりも優れた力を持つ試作品でありながら完成品とされていました。
Prototype, but due to high specs, treated as a finished product.
ならなんで封印されているのだ？
完全ゆえ不全とみなされたのです。アーカーシャと異なり、この子は自我を持っていましたから。
Aww. So it's not a primal, but a prime arc? Not sure? Unlike Akasha, this one has a will of its own.
兵器に自我など不要。 しかも歴史を書き換える力を持つ存在には持たせてはいけないもの。
Yeah, that would be a bit worrisome, huh? A weapon of free will, or that can think for itself, that can rewrite the past. I was like, wait a second here. But we saw in the Gachapin event that Akasha does have a will. Man, I don't remember shit about the Gachapin event.
故に製造後すぐにこの子はコアを抜き取られました。
I forgot we had that whole thing with like Gachapin for that one like event story. God, that was so silly.
それでも強力な力を持つこの子は崩壊せず、厳重に封印を施され、赤き地平に捨てられた。
そんなひどすぎます。完璧すぎたせいで失敗作扱いなんて。
It's been a while to ride out of this game. I completely forgot about the Gachapin event until you reminded me that it was a thing.
失敗作ならばまだ良かったのかもしれません。大乗郎君はあくまで歴史を改変できる存在を次に作るために作られた。自我を持っていなかったとしても試作品として彼は廃棄されたでしょう。
廃棄するために作られたというのか。胸くそ悪い。
You're starting to feel like the reluctant scribe of Granblue.
誠に己と同じ非道を働く。
でも封印されているならこやつにどう力を借りるんだ？
ええ、疑問はもっともです。この子のコアは取り戻し元に戻してあります。万全ではありませんが改変の能力は使える状態です。
お前がどうしてそんなことを？
私も同時期に作られたのです。流れ歩き次元渡航の試作品として。
Prototype for crossing dimensions.
故にこのまま生まれて同じく廃棄されるのならばせめて一矢報いてやろうと。
So she can do what Angermine can?
研究所で暴れ散らかしてコアを取り戻しこの子の後を追ってこの地に来ました。
I rained destruction upon the lab, claiming Taisheng's core followed it here.
暴れ散らかし。おとなしそうなのに意外すぎる。
ただ赤き地平への渡航で私の力はほとんど使い果たしました。300年前ウルキ様の先祖に会いに行ったのを最後に私の力は限界を迎えました。あと一度流れ歩きの力を使えばきっとコアが破壊されてしまうでしょうね。
そんな状態だったの？コアが破壊されたら青少獣って
消え去ると聞いた。僕たちで言う死を迎えるはずだ。
なあなあ、ジョカは300年ここに留まっているのか？寂しくはないか？退屈ではないか？
そうでもありませんよ。読んでいましたから。
Nua gently brushes her hand across the casket before her. Taisheng Laojian responds with a tremble, and with a flash of light releases what appears to be a book.
これこそ大乗郎君の力。歴史改変はあくまで副産物。本史現在を起点としたあまたの人々の未来と過去を記した本をこの子は作ることができるのです。
Its ability to rewrite is nothing more than a byproduct. Produces books containing records of past and future, anchored on our current present.
なんだその力。とんでもねえ。ああ、未来が書かれるなら
Oh my.
宝くじ当て放題ではないか。
Oh my gosh, Shizuku.
いやー、もしかしてくるみの未来や過去もわかるのかな。
この本を読んでいればいくらでも時間は潰せましたから。ピーチュー、国、姿勢、そして得意点、あなたのことも読んでいました。それ以外にも多くの人間の過去と未来を読んで心を躍らせていました。時には仲間、もしくは敵になり、空の人々の人生に加わることも妄想したり。
それなら寂しがる暇もないな。
ええ、私の唯一の趣味です。物言えぬこの子もきっと。ですがこの妄想も本の終盤には終わり、現実に引き戻されます。素敵な人々の旅路は必ず同じ終わりにたどり着く。それが国麒麟による死滅。
国麒麟の復活は確定しているのだな。改変は副産物と言っていたが、どう改変するというのだ。
私はこの本に書かれた歴史に願えば飛ぶことができるのです。
At any point in time inscribed within one of its books.
おそらくは流れ歩きの力の副産物でしょう。そして過去へ飛んで書かれた内容と異なる行動を起こせば
本の内容が変わる。すなわち歴史の改変が行われる。
はい、これを使ってあなたたちを過去へ飛ばします。
いくらか疑問が残ろう。何故汝が改変を望む。本を読み心が動いたか。
ええ、そんなところでしょう。空を守りたいという意志は人を愛するあなたと同じですから。さて、改変の方法は提示しました。早速過去へ飛んでください。
待って、その改変ってスエンを殺すことだよね。
もし殺したとして我らはどうなる。
姿勢の行く末も教えてほしい。もしこの子らが消えるのならば。
随分とお優しいのですね。結論から言うと、姿勢の皆様はスエンを殺しても消滅しません。ですが王竜様、国様、あなたたちだけは例外です。スエンと結びつきが強いあなたたちは、スエンがいなければ存在ができないはず。おそらく。
それはダメだ。みんな一緒じゃないと。
これは必要な
犠牲であるな。是非もなし。
待ってよピージュ。約束。
許せ。この地獄を終わらせるための最終手段だ。飛ばせ、ジョカ。
ほら、シュシュ君、嫌だぞ。僕がいなくなるなんて絶対に嫌だぞ。
待て。当時のスエンに会ってみたい。我を作り我を捨てた星の民に。流れ歩きの貴様、我らの存在が維持されるかについて あまり自信がないようだが。
それはそうですね。
それ式の結論しか出せぬような試行錯誤で偉そうに。やれ、この国様が命じてやる。光栄に思うことだな。
すごく良くない気がするぞ。
そうです。やめましょうよ。
ジョーカ。
ええ、あなたたちの覚悟に敬意を。さあ、スエンを殺してください。
The moment Noah opens the book in her hands, it begins dragging the crew's collective consciousness into its pages.
待て！シュシュクは同意しておらんぞ！
Shushugu's protest falls on deaf ears as the group vanishes from sight.
今度は全てを救えますように。
So now we're rewriting history. Or attempting to. The fade out, yeah, I like the fade out.
ここが過去でしょうか。
Around that Astros are immortal, the most we can do is behead them.
勝手すぎるのだ！ジョカもピージュもコクも！
許せ、我が子らよ。汝らが消えぬのなら、己はそれでよい。
Well, we're not!
そうだよ！私たちが良くないって！さっさと帰ろう！中止！
どうやって？
そういえば、帰る方法聞いてねえな。
どうしましょう。
やるべきことをするだけだ。スエンを探す。と言いたいところだが、そもそもここは過去のどこだ。
殺せというぐらいだから、さすがにスエンがいる場所だとは思うけど。
どうしてこんなとこ？牢屋がたくさんある。
スエンは奥の牢屋にいる。
なんでわかるんだ？
何故だろうな。想像したるゆえか。色濃く気配を感じるのだ。
Offering no other explanation, Piju leads the way. A scraping sound echoes throughout the halls, gradually growing louder as the crew walks deeper in.
なんだこの音。あっちの牢に誰かいるのか。
Hesitantly, the group approaches the source of the sound. Emaciated man.
この人、どうしてこんな状態なの？
スエン。
こいつが。
Oh God.
王竜と黒麒麟を作った。僕たちの運命を狂わせた元凶。
そのこいつが。
我が破壊の神よ、天地開闢の礎となれ。
Deranged astral. Without could leave an astral in this state? I have no idea. Like, this is... I was expecting basically anything else for the astral that we would have seen. It's not like they need to eat or drink. Yeah, I don't know.
我を恥ずかしめたこの空に破壊を、水暴を、死滅を。死より生まれ、死をもたらし、死に沈め。さあ、 飛び立て死滅の化身よ。
いや、そんなはずは。我を作ったのはもっと気高く。だが
出してくれ。頼む。あれは無能じゃない。我は星の民だ。信じてくれ。
Huh. I'm not useless.
あれで揺れ出してくれ。まだやれるんだ。
Huh. Unless he wasn't really an astral? Yeah, I don't know. As the imprisoned man mutters weakly to himself, he scrapes his fingers against the wall. He repeats the action over and over, ignoring his peeling nails and bleeding flesh. Ugh.
ひどい。この音、壁をひっかく音だったんだ。オイラたちに気がついてね。意識が朦朧とするぐらい衰弱してるんじゃねえか。
Is this really Suen?
確かに気配は同じだ。だがこんなみすぼらしくなど。
我が子らよ、しばし目を閉じよ。やがて終わらん。
Peach's words immediately send a shiver down Kirby's spine.
こういうことだ。
Without hesitation, Piju calmly places his hand against his own neck. Ah!
許せ。
Unable to stop Piju in time, Kirby instead elects to cover Lyria's eyes.
前もこんなことあったような。まさかダメです。ピージアさん、それをしたらコクさんとは。
Ignoring Lyria's plea, Piju traces his finger through the air. Oh!
あ、ちちりちゃん。
Despite her impaired vision, Lyria pieces together what happened while Urugi rushes to the collapsed Chichiri's side.
そんな。くそ、たてがみ。こいつは我を、そして貴様を作った星の民なんだぞ。
まさかコク消えるのか。嫌だ。
Unless there's a very delayed effect to this, Jujuku. Jujuku clings to Koku with tears welling in her eyes. In any other circumstance, Koku would have shrugged her off, but the gravity of the situation stills her limbs.
クソたてがみを出し抜くまじないの準備すらできなかった。
Mr. Stark. Hello, PQ.
そんな顔するな、シュシュク。ふん。死滅を司るコク様が死を恐れるわけないだろう。
I don't feel so good.
さあ、死よ。いつでも来い。ああ。
the mass swap.
俺、二人とも消えない。
本当だ。消えてない。消えてないぞ、
So who did he just kill?
離れろ。貴様、我にあれだけ言わせておいて、恥という概念を知らんのか。クソたてがみ、説明しろ。
元凶たるスエンは確かに殺した。未来が変わるはずであろう。失敗か。何故。ウルキ。
Piju turns to look at Uruki and freezes in place. Oh. Uruki?
あれ、ウルちゃん、ありがとう。ウルちゃん、どうしたの？何が起きたの？
Dungeon's forgetting why the whole ordeal with Fall happened.
体の清少が広がり始めてる。ピーチュ、なんだこれは。
Aripathy?
心得ぬ。一体何が起き。
ピージュまでどうなってやがる。
力が抜ける。何なのだこれは。
The rest of the group watches helplessly as Uruki, Koku, and Piju fall to the ground in agony. In that moment, Kuri feels as though a piercing gaze is peering into the room. However, one sweep of the group's surroundings reveals that they are alone.
おい、なんとかしねえと。でも、どうすれば。
Amidst the crew's growing panic, Kirby hears the dull thud of a book being closed. Very quickly, darkness swallows the captain's consciousness, and the scene fades from everyone's view. Feels like the one scene in Kung Pao with the people half dying constantly. Upon awakening, the dazed crew members found themselves back in the room with Nuwa and Taishang Laojun.
戻ってきたんだよな。ジョカが戻してくれたのか。嘘。なんで。どうして。ルリア、どうしたんだ。ジョカさん、何が起きてるんですか。どうして。空から聖少獣の気配がどんどん消えているんですか。
All the primal beasts in the world? So wait, if I don't know, Kung Pao's parody kung fu movie, very weird, very funny. Ah.
え、嘘だろ。
バカな。それだけではない。空から命が消えていく。我が子らが、人の子が。
私たちも。
So wait, basically an overdub of a real movie with an actor spliced in. With an actor spliced in? Wait, that's funny. Huh.
ちゃった。
With Uruki's body clutched close, Chichiri herself grows alarmingly still.
ふざけるな。なんだこれは。
Kirby takes a step toward the others, only to fall to the ground as well. With a rapidly slowing heart rate, the captain's limbs start going limp. Lyria, Veer.
何が起きて。
Lyria and Veer soon follow, collapsing helplessly. Kirby exhausts every bit of strength in the last-ditch effort to crawl toward the two.
どうなってやがる。どうしてこいつが。
So wait, is the source of the meme we trained him wrong as a joke? The
抜け殻がここにいるのだ。
The husk? Just barely registering Koku's words, Kirby casts a confused glance upward. Aww. Death, an inevitable visitor for all living beings, looms directly overhead. Though unable to sense the fading presence of both mortals and primal beasts alike, Kirby feels the finality of the situation beginning to set in. The funny reset summon, Now we're gonna be the ones getting reset. The Sky Realm approaches its end.
バカな。何故国麒麟が完全なる姿で権限を。己と国の力を吸い上げているのか。
くそ、たてがみ、何してやがる。皆を守れ。シシクを、団長。
Guess we have to have this event before Huanglong Qilin's FLBs? Yeah, probably.
無益だ。去りながらこれは
天空の棒が。シシク、全員あれを見るな。お前がふざけるな。ふざけるな。
Without uttering a word, Nua simply watches on as Coco shouts in desperation. However, Kirby senses another gaze again, observing the scene. Amidst the descending darkness, the menacing yet amused gaze bores into the back of Kirby's head. Cygames tend to be scared of anything that once broke the meta so hard they had to nerf it. So wait, Qilin FOB will likely never happen. Yeah, I don't see what they could really do with a Qilin FLB that would really change it up, or that would really buff it. Cause yeah, having a reset summon opens up a lot of doors. So I don't know. So wait, it's new light dark summons that'll be the same as the other ones. Oh, it's just like the beast summons, but then oh, okay then. Then as whatever.
命が消えてゆく。我が子らが皆。
流れ歩き、貴様。
Coco leaps at Nua, grabs her by the throat, and then lifts her into the air. You thought they're doing HQ FOBs, saying superficial like skill damage? Yeah, I don't know. All you can see for Qilin is like a random buff, like an Omni Elemental attack buff. Yeah, it would have to be something relatively minor, because how are you gonna top like fully resetting everyone's skill cooldowns? So it's like, with something that game breaking, it's just like, are we really gonna add anything more, even more busted onto it? So it seems like it'd make more sense for them to just make a new summon.
No.
Here's some skill cap buffs. Oh boy, skill cap buffs. I mean, maybe, but even then, eh?
貴様の言う通り末も殺した。だがこれはなんだ。事態は好転するどころか悪化した。目的は国麒麟の復活か。何もかも殺すために我らを利用したのか。
国無益だ。
黙れ。何が無益だ。こいつのせいでシシクが、団長が抜け殻ごときに。
怒りはまっとう。されど喉が閉まれば話もできぬ。
なぜ貴様はそこまで冷静なのだ。玄武の朱雀の皆を我が子だと。それは愛とやらではないのか。団長も。
国。
Oh. As Peach's cup cracks under the pressure of his seldom seen anger, Coco releases Nua from their chokehold.
心して答えよ、ジョーカー。これに悪意はないな。
Your one thought during this event was Nimi VTuber Nua? Who?
ですが今回もダメでした。しかもこんな最悪な。
Yeah, but this is even worse. Oh. Hearing this, Piju casts his eyes around to the countless books lighting the room.
幾度目だ。
数えきれぬほど。
ああ
33,550,000. Nah, I'm just kidding.
何度も何度も何度も何度も何度も何度も何度も試したのです。でもダメでした。すべてより悪い結果になる。
Although granted with the thing with how Starrow's done the whole time loop thing, it's more like every loop is just before the worst outcome actually happens, because we're trying to prevent the thing in the first place, so we loop right before the worst possible thing happens. But for Nua, she resets it every time when it does happen, when they see that that she messed up. So honestly, it's probably a lot more heart-wrenching for her because she sees the bad outcome every single time. When like for Finon, it's like he's kind of like stuck in limbo of like stopping just before the worst outcome and then resetting to try again to see if something different would happen just before the inevitable potential end. So it's just like, huh. Gersha talked to Orologia about this. The summon while Perisnacht. She's staying through all 300 years in every attempt. Probably. The looping are just visual novel save loading. Star Wars like a new game plus that's sadistically hard to get the best ending in. Yeah, I guess you could feel like that, like VN save loading versus Star Rail. Yeah, I guess like it'd be new game plusing to 33 million times.
皆を救いたかったのに、極キリンから守りたかったのに。でも叶わない。何度やってもみんな死んでしまう。でも探さねば。地獄に伸びる一生手繰り寄せねば。
Imagine failing to get the good ending that many times. I mean, that's basically me trying to play the original 999 on the DS when I didn't know the flowchart. You know how many times I've gotten the axe ending? Like, Jesus Christ. So many goddamn times. It's either axe ending or I stumble back into the submarine ending. Like, god damn it. If I see another knife or an axe again, I'm gonna flip a table. Until I actually had to look it up way back when of like how the hell I was supposed to actually get like the safe ending. Like, I'm like, bro. Like, I happen to take all the same combinations of choices, just rearranged differently to get to the same two endings instead of actually getting a different one. You never seen 999? 999's a really good time. Like, if anything, I definitely recommend. I mean, they have the 999 and Virtue's Last Reward bundle or collection on Steam. But I definitely recommend checking out at some point, like 999 on the original DS, because there's a unique puzzle that's like at the very end. But then it's changed for the PC version because, you know, we don't exactly have dual screens to really make use of. But yeah, I feel like that's one part that was lost with the port for 999. Because like, I really liked the final puzzle on the DS version. It looks so silly, but man, it was like one of the most emotional kinds of puzzles possible.
人々の旅路は終わる。終わってしまうのです。
If I give up, the end of the world will be written in stone.
流れ歩きの貴様、
So wait, old school map drawings, flowcharts. That weighs a bunch of time cycling through the superficial choices. Probably PQ. Like, because like, it was like, because I wasn't too well versed in like going through visual novels like way back when 999 was originally out. So I wasn't too aware of like how flags were set up in visual novels. So I was like really wondering like which choices I actually had to make to actually get something different to happen, until I think I started to look it up so I can at least get on the path to certain endings. But yeah.
また終わりなのだと分かっていたのか。
申し訳ございません。ですが、末につながりを持ちし、あなたたちが関われば変わるかと。
So Nua's just been trying. So she's literally just been trying random shit and praying that it changes the outcome. Man, you think like she'd find something like extremely concrete that for sure would lead to a better outcome, but it's like maybe this. What if he did something here? Fuck, everyone died again.
変わってほしいと願っていました。
I mean, probably like in the first several attempts, she probably gave some serious thought. But when you're 10,000 attempts in to try to change the bad outcome for the whole world as we know it, yeah, I think at that point, yeah, you really would just try whatever sticks on the dartboard, huh? The girl has no guide. She really should have talked to Orologia. I mean, honestly, yeah, like, if she somehow actually got into contact with Orologia, maybe they could have, like, talked through, like, the different variables to actually, like, save everyone. Bija had the tools, but never got to this point without Uruki's knowledge. We got peace sign together. Instead of moves chair. Yeah, moves chair, everyone dies again. What if we don't move the chair? Everyone still dies. What if we don't make the chair in the first place? Even worse.
ゆえにあなたたちを大乗ロークに合わせたのです。
ならば貴様も大乗ロー君を作りし狂人どもと同じではないか。何が地獄に伸びる一子だ。貴様が手繰り寄せたのがシュシュクたちを死なせた地獄だ。
Clearly we need to beat the problem to death with the chair.
クソタテガニはやはりコウハラ収まらん。こやつは獅子を引き裂きコアを取り除くだけでは済まさない。
Or just calling Sugibi Shiki.
想像もつかぬ絶望を与えてやる。我の手で死をもたらす前に。
These no killer chairs. This chair.
報いは必ず受けます。ですが、それは今ではないのです。たとえ何を犠牲にしても、私は救わねばなりません。すべてを。
Her voice full of resolve, Nua shuts the book in her hands.
ここあれ、ウルちゃんたちいつの間に眠ってたの？
Ah shit, here we go again.
変ですね。一緒にピクニックに来て。
Hi, did you miss anything from the street? No, we just finished having a picnic. Go on a rice ball? I'll go for the bento. Lyria, Virn! Upon laying eyes on Lyria and Virn, Kirby sweeps them into a hug that is almost too tight to bear.
よかった。生きてるんだな。すごく嫌な夢を見てた気がするぜ。ウルちゃんもなんだか二度と目が覚めない気がして。
You want the jelly donut?
ウル ん夢でよかったよ。
いや、確信が言った。夢などではない。我らはあれを確かに経験していた。流れ歩きの奴が大乗老君の力を使い、我らが行動を起こす前に時を戻したのだ。
Rice Ball, remember this?
嘘。じゃあ、あれは本当に起きたこと？
あれだけではない。前にも、おそらく、何度も、何度も。
33,550,336 times.
こうして皆が生きている今、大乗老君の力がある今、夢とうつつの違いはなきに等しき。
Just got 4 kids.
されど皆とこうしてまた話せることが、なんと喜ばしいことか。よかった。
ピージ
喜びを分かち合い続けたいが、今一度ジョカのもとへ向かわん。
ああ、聞かなきゃいけねえことが山ほどあるからな。
Biju gives an affirmative nod, before once again opening the passage to the Crimson Horizon.
1583。
You know, part of me wonders if, like, any of the Granblue writers happened to play Star Rail before writing this event. And use, like, what happened in 3.4 as inspiration for setting up, like, the premise for this event. I wouldn't be surprised. Nua whispers softly as she gently caresses the casket. In the silence of the room, Koku's earlier words resurface in her mind.
ならば、貴様も大乗老君を作りし狂人どもと同じではないか。
They did this idea with Orology already. Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I keep trying to bring in Star Rail into, like, literally everything.
私もあなたを恥ずかしめた人たちと。
Given how their workflow would go, they would have written this out long before it came out. Yeah, they probably planned this like way longer in advance and take way too long to actually get around to bring these events out.
分かってるけど、それでも続けなきゃ。
2 years in advance? Yeah, like they really laid things out for that long, or they really planned like that long ahead, huh?
こんな運命はおかしいもの。
Oi! We got the Qilin raid! You have to, or else things like COVID will kill your game dead. Yeah, if you don't plan that far ahead, yeah, then big disruptions would just kind of screw up everything,
ジョーカー、一体全体どういうことなのだ。全部説明するのだ。
After returning to where Taisheng, Laojin, and Nua await, the crew immediately set to questioning the woman. Guess how long it officially lasted? Yeah. Nua, despite the harsh reception, takes a look around the group before laying out a sigh of relief.
申し訳ございません。王竜様、国様からすでに聞かされていると思いますが。
So even that backlog might not have been enough?
私は国麒麟の死滅を回避するため、何度も改変を行っていました。何度もですが、スエンを殺しても事態は悪化するばかりで、スエンに深くつながりのある王竜様がスエンを殺せば何か変わるのではと。
その結果があの悪夢、いや、あれも現実か。
ええ、 確かに起こったことです。ですが、私が持つこの本で失敗するたびやり直しをしておりました。
その本は他のものと違うんですか？
ええ、大乗老君に最初に作ってもらった本です。これを使うことでスウェンを殺さずに済むこの世界、ベースと仮に言いましょうか。いずれ黒麒麟に滅ぼされる、緩やかに死滅を迎える世界。
それに戻してくれたのか。じゃあジョカのおかげでオイラたちは戻ってこられたんだな。
Can only tweak the variables you know about, and she's all alone here. Yeah, maybe now that we're talking about it, we can see like where we can go forward, or see what new things we can try.
よくわからんけどありがとう高尾主。
I don't know what's going on, but thank you, but just wait until I get my hands on you.
シュシクちゃん落ち着いて。感情がめちゃくちゃになってるよ。
Thank you, but I also want to strangle you still. Wait, she microwaved the bananas.
結果として貴様はシュシュクたちが死ぬ世界を何度も繰り返している。
本を作るたび改変をしていると見た。何度もと口にしていたものな。
ざっと見える数だけで100冊？そんなに？100回以上死んでるの？私たち。
Oh no, a lot more than that, Chichiri.
いえ。
Though initially hesitant, Nua steels herself with a breath before gesturing at the party.
こちらに来て。
The crew follows their lead, proceeding with caution.
こりゃ。
The sight before the group's eyes leaves them at a loss for words. Up stacks upon stacks of books litter the room, a number so great that counting them all would be nigh impossible.
嘘。これ全部ジョカさんが過去を改変した本
？10583冊。
途方もない。そんな数、貴様は。
全てを救うためとはいえ、あなたたちを殺してしまった数です。そしてスウェンを殺した数でもあります。あらゆる時間であらゆる方法で殺しました。
I've exhausted every imaginable form of murder at every time of day. Jesus Christ.
狂う前狂った後問わず何度もこの手で。
Prior to his descent into madness and after.
報いは必ず受けます。ですがまだその時ではないのです。
Poison at 1201, knife by 1202, choking by 506.
ですが
In that order?
もう私にもわかりません。あなたたちが関われば何か変わると思ったのに、全てを救えると。
ジョカさん。
貴様が地獄を歩んだことは理解した。だが
何故スエンを殺しても己らは消滅せず、事態が悪化するかも謎だ。
あなたたちが関わっても何も変わらなかったことを考えるに、ベースにスエンという存在が組み込まれているのでしょう。
は？
まるで得意点さんのように、スエンは何をしても必ず世界に存在してしまう。
Much like the singularity, Suin exists in every conceivable timeline regardless of circumstance. With that, Noah grabs one of the books and begins leafing through its pages.
それは？
先ほどの改変を行った本です。ピージュが首を落としたと、確かに過去の改変はできています。
Hey Abdul, speaking of Starro, if I don't have her, can finally get Topaz and Numbi. Two-headed team is on... do you mean on life support? I'm like, she's still fine. Like, I know that Cypher basically replaced her, but like, I don't know. I just really dislike seeing all the negative comments though. Like, what's really annoying that like people have been doom posting about Topaz and Numby ever since Cypher came out, but not that much. But ever since the 3.7 livestream, people just won't shut the fuck up about like hating on Topaz and Numby. Like, all the naysayers just come out of the woodworks ever since that stream. It's so fucking annoying. I can't escape it. Like, obviously, you know, I just stopped going on social media, but yeah. But like, any discussion just looking forward to 3.7 at this point, it's just people doom posting about either Cyrene or laughing at anyone who likes Topaz and Numby. Like, dear God, it is so annoying. Like, whether it's jokes about like her character and team on life support, or oh hey, yet another character no one has any reason to ever pull for, or some shit. I'm just like, oh my God, like, it makes me roll my eyes every single time.
ですが、その後、スウェンが王竜と黒麒麟を作るとも。
スエは死なないやつなのか。強いな。
So wait, the book represents the most recent revision. After that, he goes on to create. So even after we decapitate that motherfucker, like, he still creates them. Important lesson as a gacha player: just because the unit's been power crept by another one doesn't mean anything. What matters is if the enemies power creep them out. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, just given how Star Rail's been kind of going, like Topaz has been getting a bit outscaled in terms of like her damage output. Like, because like a lot of the time in Star Rail now, it's like they like to throw a lot of enemies at you because it's basically a meta that's kind of centered around having regular sources of some AoE, but Topaz is all single target, so it really does make her age poorly, like, as the content keeps throwing more and more enemies instead of like a single big boss or something like that. So there is like the valid like criticisms there, but yeah, it's just becoming more fight specific with when you should be able to bring her in more than anything.
いや、それだと殺したという記載があること自体がおかしい。
Would you put your chair this time? Look at JPFGO. Top tier characters don't matter that much because many others can do the content fairly fast regardless. JPFGO New Welfare, kind of insane. Mini Merlin, but they kill themselves at the end of the turn. Oh, wait, what the heck?
故に組み込まれているか。
His existence is so bound to the base timeline, it transcends death. What the fuck?
なるほど。スエンという存在が黒麒麟を作るという事実が確定しているのか。それも殺せばより悪化する。詳細はわからぬが、誰かがスエンの役割を引き継いでいる可能性もある。
Is the signature like Kona for grabs as well? I would assume so, because I believe that's what they did with Ranmei and Locha's like cones when they got added to the currency shop. So it makes sense. And although honestly, like, with Topaz's light cone, it actually does pretty well for I think Moza and was it Dr. Ratio? If you don't have his own signature, I think. There's like some characters that can actually make good use of Topaz's light cone, if I remember correctly. So that's actually not a bad addition. The problem is you need to buy 4 battle passes. So, fuck that.
ええ。今よりも最悪な形で。
なんだ。では、スエンを葬ること自体が誤りだというのか。
So wait. So you can run them with double Koyan, Skya, and Oberon. With this, any Buster Servant with a 50% battery can loop with Black Grail, and the Bond C is pretty strong too. Oh. Huh. Buster Loop is so back. Nah, it's always been back.
ベースのスエンの方が黒麒麟の権限に猶予がある。まだマシなのかもしれません。
So wait, in the base timeline, gradual process, marked improvement at the over the rapid end of the other timelines. So what about Suin's death actually expedites the manifestation?
でもこのままだと黒麒麟にこの空は
滅ぼされます。あなたたちが何度も体験したように、すべての命が
なんだよそりゃ。どうすりゃいいんだよ。
At this point, Buster Arts bashing heads against each other, neither truly surpassing the other. What about Quick? Quick is just there for bosses. Yeah. Well, I guess Quick has his own niche, while Buster and Arts are just trying to have like their own like competition of who can farm loop better than the other. Not bad at bosses though. Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of situational. Kind of just depends on like the boss's resistances or what exactly you might need to bring in. Whether or not the boss would allow you to regenerate more NP if you need like crit starts to kind of like help push it while generating for phase 3 or HP bar 3. Saber Medusa who can stun lock scare utility. I wish I had Saber Medusa but never got her.
ねえジョカさん、何度もスエンを殺したんだよね。
ええ。
私たちが見たスエンはすごく追い詰められていて、精神も肉体も余裕がない状態で。
貴様、同情のつもりか。
変かな、やっぱり。でも昔からずっとあんな状態だったのだとしたら、本当にスエンってかわいそうだなって。
僕の家も昔はとても平和だった。姉様とも本当に仲良しで、そんなひとときすらもないなら、スエンは本当に哀れだ。
哀れだと？貴様、我を作った者に対して。
されど着眼すべき点として悪くはなかろう。今はどんなものでもよい。解決への糸口が欲しい。ジョーカー、どうだ？
そうですね。スエンは確かに昔は純朴な子供でした。
子供？
そうですね。彼の過去を話しましょうか。
Good to her word, Nua proceeds to open the book representing the base timeline. Come on. As Nua opens the book, she begins talking about Suin's past in a gentle, almost caring voice.
空の世界で暮らしていた幼きスエンは本当に純朴で優しい子でした。
Aww, look at his face full of happiness and hope and dreams, or hopes and dreams. Lived in the sky realm as a simple but kind boy.
起きた出来事をすべて日記に書くような、どこにでもいるような平凡な子供で。
やっぱりジョカさんが子供と言っていたのは聞き間違いじゃなかったんですね。
でもおかしいぜ。オイラが知る限りだけど、星の民って成長しないだろ。 子供なら子供の姿のまま、大人なら大人の姿のままのはずだ。
スエンは星の民と空の民のハーフですから、きっと例外なのでしょう。
He's a halfling. No, just kidding. He's half Sky Dweller and half Astral. So that explains the aging, but him trying to claim that he's an Astral still.
そうなの？ありえるの？ああ、オイラたちもハーフのやつは知ってるぜ。
Oh, hey. Rare mention.
空の民と星の民が交わるなど常識的には考えられないが、
得意な生まれには違いありません。それを理由にスエンは両親に捨てられてしまったようです。
Oh. Abandoned by his parents?
ですがその後、スエンは星の民に拾われた。
And then taken in by an astral.
数奇よな。
純粋な興味だったのかもしれません。ですが、次第に星の民はスエンに愛着を持ち、スエンも懐きました。本には、よくスエンは自分を拾った星の民のことを、姉様と呼んでいたと書かれています。
Akin to an elder sister.
二人は仲睦まじく、スエンは常に姉様について回っていたそうです。
そうか。スエンにも姉様がいたんだな。
ですがある時、スエンの前から姉様は姿を消してしまいます。
どうしてだ？本当は仲良しではなかったのか？
それについては書かれていません。
大上郎君も万能ではないのか？
ですが二人の家にはよく星の民の研究員が来訪していたようで、どうやら姉様はその人と共に消えてしまったそうです。
An astral researcher who would frequent the pair's abode. An astral researcher who would visit Suen and the sister? Or the other astral? We only know one female astral, Lilith. Yeah, are they really gonna bring in Lilith into this? Or someone actually different?
その時はまだスエンは子供だったんだよね。
ええ、小さな子でした。そして幼きスエン
Can't
は
believe
こう
Bub's
思い
had
ま
a
す。
son. There's also the one in Loki's crew. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now we have more characters for grabs insane. And not Argenti. Like, I really don't care about, like, Hoyo's thought process anymore about, like, who they add. Like, whoever they add. Like, I'm not gonna get worked up over it.
なんで姉様はいなくなったの？どこに行っちゃったの？どうして？僕がハーフだから？僕が星の民じゃないから？
Oh no, abandonment issues.
姉様は青少獣だって作れるとってもすごい人だから、きっと難しいお仕事をしてる。僕に会えないほどの忙しくて大変なお仕事。
Mio has been weird about things like that even as far back as Genshin.
なら僕もお仕事手伝える星の民にならなきゃ。そうすればきっとまた会える。
Many fandoms then joined Meltdown for first anniversary. I mean, technically people have been melted down since Amphorius. Since 3.0.
スエンはそう信じて姉様の真似事をし始めます。
スエンも僕と同じように姉様に会いたいというだけで。
Oh, you mean for Genshin, you mean?
家に残された姉様の研究書を必死に読み進め、 聖少獣を作ろうとし始めます。姉様に拾われた時から手にしていた日記帳に何度も設計図を書いて。
At the very least add up to 2.0. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, like, I know Hoyo's like Hoyo's very stingy with like who they add as potential, well, quote unquote freebie units or whatever. So there's no way that like, because like they're very selective with what they want to provide the player base to not like, I guess, diminish the value of like the future characters and the somewhat recent characters or some shit. Like, it's annoying, but again, I'm just whatever about it. Like, we can complain, but it's not gonna change shit. I think we can just stop talking about Doom posting or complaining about Hoyo stuff. Like, I'll be the one to bring up the negativity when I start playing Hoyo games and stuff. Like, I'm like circling around the whole Hoyo negativity is really grating at me when we're just trying to discuss Granblue right now.
きっと毎日毎日頑張っていたのだな。昔の主塾のように。
And especially since I'm still enjoying like Zenless and everything, and just hearing like over exaggerations about it being on life support, or wait, or no, sorry, I misinterpreted your line. I thought you said life support. Sorry, but first anime might be once. Or do you mean like once in a lifetime? But hey, either way though, like let's move away from the Hoyo discussions now.
けどよ、そんなことしたって。
ええ。なろうと思って星の民になれるはずがありません。
One does not simply become an astro by wishing it.
設計図などいくら書こうと、勉強をいくらしようと、純粋な星の民ではない末に聖少獣を作ることはかなわない。
An impure astral can never create a primal beast? So how exactly did the primal beast creation process work again? What does being an astral have to do with actually creating one? Did they actually ever go over that specific aspect? What about being like a half astral would mean that Suen could not create one?
スエンはそのことを知っていたの？
Long ago, you're Chinese.
知るすべなどありません。ですが、失敗を重ね続け、
It's like we know the whole
事実にたどり着きます。
We know the whole thing with, you know, like the Astros, Astral Realm, and then, you know, the war and how with all the primal beasts that they've researched and created and everything, but then I don't think we've ever heard about the particulars of like what it takes to make a primal beast and what being a full-blooded, like a full astral versus like a half astral would impact the process. Like, did they ever go over that, or has it been way too long since like I've heard that lore detail? Because I feel like it's one of those things they probably have mentioned, but maybe it was like so many years ago that I don't remember this point. Because I'm really drawing a blank on the whole thing about like someone like Suen not being able to make a I thought like you just need to have the knowledge and the tools. Like, it just so happened that the Astrals would have the knowledge and tools to do so compared to the Sky Realm. Just given, like, the differences in, I'm assuming, technology and resources. But it actually is dependent on the people making it? I don't fucking know. You don't think there's particular lore other than Astrals made the Primals? Don't think I need to read into it? I mean, I do want to read into it because, like, how does being like a half astral impact that?
せまた失敗した。我には聖少獣を作ることができないのか。我が星の民ではないから。だが仮にそうだとしたら、今までの時間は何だったのだ。我は姉様に二度と。いや、違う。そんなことはない。我も作れる。そうだろう。そうであるはずだ。作らねばならない。星の民にならなければならない。姉様と会うために、我のただ一人の家族とまた過ごすためには作らねば。そして証明するのだ。我が素晴らしき星の民であると。
スエンは作れるはずのない聖少獣作りに没頭しました。
僕がスエンだったらそうする。
スエンが暮らす空の地には星の民の研究員が何人もいました。
Lucilius was
聖
Primo
少
Primal
獣の研
Creator.
究をしていたようです。
Demiurge made some bad primals.
その星の民たちはスエンを忌み嫌い、無能という烙印をした。
Okay,
それで
so
も彼は諦めずに研究を続けました。
okay, so it wasn't necessarily because of the whole half astro. He just probably didn't have the talent, but he's like blaming his, or what was it? He's probably like blaming the wrong things about like why things aren't working, and in his desperation to find like his sister again.
ただ家族に会うため、それだけのためだったのか。
Yeah, lack of education and maybe talent or some other things and whatever. Yeah, like doesn't have materials to learn from, and doesn't help that fellow astrals like basically don't like him either. So he's basically just going without any support. So he's just stumbling failure after failure without the proper education and everything.
いいえ、ある時奇跡が起きたのです。
Pressure's what makes diamonds.
作れたぞ。俺にも聖少獣が。
ありえぬ。
ですが事実、彼は作り上げました。そしてその成果を星の民に認められ、
Rough schooling, abandonment issues.
星の民は取引を持ちかけます。作り上げた聖少獣と共に破空戦争へ参加し、功績を上げれば、
Accepted by the Astrals. Proposal to join the war with his newest creation.
姉様に会わせてやると。スエンは喜んで取引に応じ、戦争に参加します。ですが
敗北した。
He lost.
ええ、逃げ帰った彼は星の民に捕まり、投獄されてしまいます。
だからスエンは檻の中にいたんだ。
これが諸悪の根源である黒麒麟の死滅を
The
作
war
り上げ
type
た
shit. It just says abandonment issues. Lucilius, the way he did abandonment issues on a divine level. With that, Nua closes the book in her hands. The crew members spend the next few moments in silence as they slowly process the tale of Suin's origins. So we basically killed him after he made the thing, and... Although, how did killing Suin accelerate the process for Qilin's materialization? Did, like...
あれは無能じゃない。
Unless like some astrals saw that he died and then quickly just... And then... Yeah, I don't fucking know.
あの時につぶやいてたスエンさんの言葉。
スエンは姉様に会う一心だったんだね。
Maybe his death fed in half astral's worth of energy to it since it was his creation? Maybe? Is that how this works? I don't know.
ええ、彼はただその一心でした。そして長い時を彼は投獄され、ついに狂い果てます。
Reminds you of someone in Xenoblade Chronicles 3.
狂い落ちてもなお姉を思い、星の民であることを証明するため、忌々しき呪物を作り上げたのです。
So wait. Death Star Laser?
せめて特別な兵器と言え。
その後の顛末は、王竜様と国様がご存知の通りです。
The wall? Oh yeah, the wall. God, I forgot all about the wall.
王竜様は生まれてすぐ空の命の声に従い造反、国麒麟の力を奪いスエンの元を去りました。
Huanglong rebelled against Suin and stole Qilin's powers, choosing to heed the voices.
我と王竜は二つで一つ。揃わねば使命を果たせんというのに、スエンもスエンだ。我を失敗作だの廃棄だの好き放題言いやがって。
コク、そんなのシュシュクは聞いてないぞ。
黙っていろ。
きっと因果応報なのでしょうね。スエンはその後、得意な生まれと技術に目をつけられ、命果てるまで星の民の実験の研究材料として一生を過ごしたようです。
Kept him as a test subject, given that he was half.
姉様と再会できず、孤独に死んでいきました。
そんなの。ああ。
スエンの過去はこれで終わりです。
Nuo gently strokes Taishang Laojun as she finishes recounting Suin's pitiful life.
彼の過去を知り、何か糸口は見つかりましたか？
So we need to kill him before he gets born. No, just kidding.
そうですよね。哀れなスエンを殺しても殺さなくても死滅は訪れる。どうすればいいんでしょうね。
結局進展はなしか。過去を変えても何も変わらぬ。よりどん詰まりに陥っただけだ。
What does the mummy look like without the wrappings? Do you have a hunch? I got no idea.
なんだ、貴様も我を哀れんでいるのか。なんなのだ。それともやはりスエンを哀れんでいるのか。多少は我が失敗作でスエンも不憫だろうとは思うが。ああ、
びっくりした。耳がキーンってなっちゃったよ。どうしたの、チチリちゃん。耳痛ー。喋ってしまったぞ。
我が黙れと言ったから黙っていたのか。律儀なやつね。
じゃ
ごめん、びっくりさせたよね。でもその
Spit theories into the void.
話してみてくれ、父に。
コクくんちゃんさん様だよ。こんなにいい子に育ってるじゃん。
Oh no.
違くてね。ほら、きっとスエンが狂ったのは姉様と離れたせいでしょ。
What if they didn't separate?
だから一人で思い悩んでどうしようもないところまで悪々に歪んじゃった。だったら私たちが姉様の代わりになるのってどうかな。
What if we took over and looked after him instead? Oh my god.
育て直すんだよ。悪い子にならないように導いてあげるの。
How many years are we gonna have to take to raise him to be a good person? That doesn't have abandonment issues.
コクくんちゃんさん様みたいにさ。ほら、私たちならできるよ。おしさんもいるし。
Wow, we're just gonna pop in for like a couple days and then just leave? Surely. Suin's kind of old, traumatized. No, Chichiri's talking about like, what if we visit Suin when he's still a young child, but after the sister leaves?
Oh.
スエンのように貴様も狂ったか。はっ、哀れだな。
あれやっぱりなしかな。
Wait, what do you mean visit? Like, Nua sends us back in time to that specific point, like, after the sister leaves, but then, like, when Suin's still a child? What do you mean, time travel? Like, that's literally what Nua's doing, like, sending us to that point in time, aka time travel. Am I crazy here?
いや、明暗だ。お手柄だぞ、チチリ。コクだってシュシュクが育てたようなものだしな。
何?
Because the Suin that we kill is literally like older, like adult Suin who we decapitated, but then nothing changed. And it was still in the past. So we're going even further in the past. Have you not been paying attention?
本当？やっぱり明暗だよね。
We have 80% runs you can start and reset when things go wrong. Can she even send us that far back though? I'm assuming if we can go like that far back to when he was in prison, I'm sure she can send us a little bit further back. Like, what's stopping her? Sure, let's do it.
やっぱりおしさんもそう思う？チチリちゃん天才だな。
Like, the only concern I have with this method is like, how long is it gonna take for us to actually spend time with Suin as a child to actually put him on the right track?
確かにありかも。
The chair moving. Look, what if the chair didn't want to be moved or destroyed? What if the chair just wanted someone to sit in it, fulfilling its purpose? Did anyone ever think about that? What if the chair just wanted someone to sit on it? Like, that's what chairs are made for.
悲惨な末路はたどらず、良い子として育つ。
Maybe in all the timelines where shit gets fucked up because you moved the chair got mad at you for not sitting on it. Because that's literally what what chairs are made to do. You're not sure you want to grant the chair's fetish? The world could perish. Feed the chairs to the wood chipper? Oh my god.
ジョカさん、そういった干渉をスエンさんにしたことは？
考えもつきませんでした。
Maybe Qilin was right. Nua only thought about just killing Suin like 10,000 plus different ways instead of just like, what if we tried helping him? You know, that's kind of silly in hindsight. Like Nua, over 10,000 plus times, would know extensively about Suin's long troubled history. The thought about maybe helping out never crossed her mind during any of those 10,000 plus attempts. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. After 20 times, you gotta wonder if it's making progress. But what if we fed poison to Suin at a different time of day? What if we did it 1 hour later? Pacifist route over genocide route. On a similar line of thought, a recent Arknight story only runs a simulation 20-ish times before giving up. But she can go back and help. It would affect current timeline, become perpetual loop. And that's kind of the problem with a lot of like time travel stories about like going back in time to affect shit. So it's like, if she was successful even without Dancho or anyone's help, then would anyone have still been around, or would people have like disappeared without us even knowing? Because we wouldn't really notice. It'd be like the Akasha thing of like people getting wiped out from existence without us noticing or remembering, and then maybe we'd only have vague recollections, or because they got erased from existence, we wouldn't even know that they were there at all. So, I don't know, like, would it really be a loop at that point? If she actually was successful and, like, just went back and helped? Because if she actually was successful in that one attempt, then this event wouldn't even be a thing. Or maybe even the Four Saints wouldn't even exist anymore.
いや、そうだよな。普通思いつかねえよ。なんかすげえぜ、チチリ。すごいだよ、チチリちゃん。はい、もっと褒めて。バカか？バカしかいないのか？
良き術だろう。トドのつまり、死滅の黒麒麟を作らぬ未来を作ればいい。
Where Qilin was never born.
スエンが黒麒麟を作らぬ未来。だがそうなると、黒麒麟から分かたれた今のあれば。
We're still leaving this current timeline to die. Time travel's a fuck. I guess it kind of depends on how you visualize, or how the games, or how the writers conceptualize different timelines. Or they just do whatever the fuck they want with it, honestly. I don't freaking know. Because, like, it's either, like, a thing where we abandon the timeline to go to a different one, and then the other one just gets fucked as a dead end. Or it, like, magically merges to a to fix itself onto the right track and keep flowing on. I don't know. Like, it really is kind of a weird thing with like how writers decide to do like timeline concepts or whatever. Yeah, I'm assuming like it's like a merging into like the good end, regardless of like when we pivot out from an earlier point. So like, good for the rich Marty, but fuck the first Marty. First Marty's rich Marty.
いやー、そこは綺麗な国を作ってもらえるようにスエンを育てればよいだけか。
Creates you again, except nicer and prettier.
貴様、我が汚いとでも言うのか？
わあ、それも明暗だね。賢いぞ、シュシュクちゃん。綺麗なピージュさんも作ってもらおう。
You can't just say that about people.
話を進めるな。
優しい平和な策よ。己も想像すらつかなんだ。
A plan from peace and kindness.
試す価値はありますね。何せ一度もしたことのない改変になりますから。
It really is kind of funny that like all the plans just involve violence.
ですが、
Until
私は
now.
不向きですね。育てるというのは空の民の特権ですから。
Although yeah, I guess you can probably think that like because Nua's like the primal beast of traversal, wouldn't really have the mortal instincts of like child raising or whatever. So then the concept of like raising someone up wouldn't even cross like her mind to begin with, and only think about how to get rid of a problem instead of fixing the problem. So I guess like in hindsight, yeah, it makes sense that the only method she would resort to is just killing. We do have a primal for that though. Yeah, that's true, but I guess like, you know, each primal beast is a bit different, and then Nua probably just wouldn't have that specific one. Other ones might, but Nua probably not, although maybe that's kind of like headcanon territory, I don't know. Like how Hecate's a Riz machine. But Hecate's a goddess though. She's not a primal beast. Like, I believe Hecate, and I believe even Lyria says that she's different from primal beast. Like, she's an actual goddess of segs, but yeah.
試すのならばすぐにでも。しかし、育て直すというのなら、それなりに時間がかかるはず。
Yeah, like she's a literal goddess of dreams and sex, or whatever the fuck she tries to do. So she really, it's kind of like with Kama or some shit, or maybe Kiara in Fate. I'm not sure which one at this point, but like she just really wants to tempt Dancho into doing it, but then Dancho just keeps like doing literally anything else to just basically either tease her or basically bonk her with a horny bat, going no horny, and like just keeps like sabotaging any attempts for her to like push Dancho, to tempt Dancho over the edge, which honestly I really like. It's really funny. Like no matter how horny she tries to be, it's like so overbearingly horny that it's just like everyone's like, stop that shit. Like everyone just like, I was like, yeah, everyone's like kind of like disgusted. It's like, can you not? You know, it's kind of like that attitude. It's actually really funny. Like when you crank the horny dial so far beyond 10 that it breaks, and everyone's just so sick of it.
改変ができるタイミングは破空戦争開戦までです。念頭に置いておいてください。
So Goddess of the Night and Darkrise, that said, they're there's surely a primal version of Hecate. You got a shiny Darkrai. Got mommy primal. I mean, yeah. Echidna? Yeah, I haven't heard about Echidna in forever.
厳密にはその後も改変は可能なのですが、ベースの流れが崩れる恐れがあるのです。故に私も干渉したことがありません。
So wait. Raising Suin from the start will take a significant amount of time. Please bear in mind revisions can only be made prior to the start of the war. In theory, revisions after the war are possible, but could trigger the collapse of the base timeline. Huh. Don't worry, Dancho will not age. Who's also just Otherworld Portal Machine. Revisions can only be made before the start of the war, but we can't make revisions after the war? Huh. Many cutscene the playing sequence.
心得た。死滅を回避するべく行う改変が最悪をもたらすのは避けるべきだ。
Little meaning in preventing one disaster only to invite another.
では、すべてを救えますように。
After exchanging determined nods, Kirby and the others are sent flying back through time and space to put Chichiri's plan into action. Here we have prevent the war too. Oh yeah, just basically undo practically everything in like the Granblue lore, I would assume. Trivial task. Or Logia found that to be a bad idea. What if he kills 7?
No, if
anything, 7 kills us.
全然わかんない。でも、こうすれば、多分。
We just like, we just portal in right next to him.
誰？
シュシクちゃん。急に呼びかけたらびっくりしちゃうよ。
驚かせたな。僕たちはその。なんて
言えばいいの？正体明かせないのもあるけど。
We're here to save the world.
急に家にこんな大人数で来て不審者集団すぎる。もしかして研究所の人？
Maybe. The actors understand bad touch or calling 911. Flustered, Suin tears out a page of the book tears a page out of the book in his hands and shows it to the crew.
これ青少中の設計図どうかな。
On the paper is the drawing of a gargantuan four-legged beast. The sheet is covered in erasure marks with barely visible lines indicating numerous amendments to the work.
何回も書き直したのかな。でも真っ黒。紙に書いた墨が写っちゃってるんだね。
おお、なんだか獅子っぽいな。かっこいいと思うぞ。はあ、ほんと。じゃあこれで僕も星の民になれる。
Praise the child for the Gundam drawings.
今までよく頑張ったのだな。ずっと一人で。偉いぞ。けど星の民になる必要はないのだ。スエン、お主はスエンのままでいいのだぞ。
Pin to the fridge with a magnet.
僕のまま？でもそれじゃ姉様に会えない。
Your sister is dead. No, I'm just kidding.
あれ、そんなこと言うなんて研究所の人じゃない？
実はね、その道に迷ってお邪魔した的な。
We were lost.
言い訳下手すぎないか？もっと他にあっただろう。
だって何にも思いつかなくて。
Why do we send this many people back? Look, it takes the whole family, okay? You can't just raise someone with just 1 or 2 people. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
なんだ、違うんだ。じゃあ早くどっか行って。僕忙しいんだ。もっと勉強して早く青少獣作らなきゃ。
Then leave the thinking to those who are smart.
星の民になって姉様にまた会わなきゃ。バイバイ。
待て、その姉様はどんな人なんだ？すごく慕ってるようだが。
姉様気になるの？姉
To
様
your
はね、
child not be
と
smart.
ってもすごいんだよ。すっごい青少獣を作れて、偉い人たちにもすごいって言われててね。いつも忙しいはずなのに僕のことも構ってくれて、優しくて綺麗で。でもいなくなっちゃった。きっと僕が星の民じゃないから。
Being smart leads into making weapons.
だから僕も早く星の民にならなきゃ。青少獣を作らなきゃ。
スエン君、もしだよ、姉様にまた会えたら青少獣なんて作らない？
Press the button ZTD ending. I remember when that came up, I actually resisted pressing it for, or I think I remember resisting to press the button for the first time encountering that. That was a fun time. It's like, push the button, no, don't push it.
そりゃ、こんな頭が痛くなる勉強してるのは姉様に会うためだもん。
You think him being smart would have fixed the problem, but the issue is him being dumb but also making weapons, so he made a stupid weapon that's too powerful. We need ethics course.
もう一人は嫌だもん。
そっか。そうだよね。寂しいよね。じゃあ姉様が帰ってくるまでウルちゃんたちが一緒にいてあげる。
え？どうして？
Nothing like a whole bunch of strangers just teleporting into your house going, hey, can we stay here until we help you find her sister?
実は我らは帰る家がないの。
I mean, he's not, Koko's not wrong.
あるが
Do you know where we're in, Shishigu?
おい、バカ者か。ずっと旅をしてて、ちょうど落ち着きたいなって思ってた頃なんだけどよ。
We've been traveling, but we want to settle down, so we decided to go to some random child's house and go, hey, can we stay here? We'll help you look for your sister.
この辺、宿も見当たらねえから、しばらく止めてくれたら嬉しいなって。
Got any rice balls?
そう、そんな感じ。
僕は全然いいけど、お姉ちゃんたちはそれでいいの？
ああ、むしろありがたい。
じゃあさ、一緒にご飯食べてくれる？一緒に遊んでくれる？
それぐらいお安いご用だよ。
もう一人じゃないんだ。そっか。でも姉様いつか帰ってきてくれるかな。
So wait, Astros don't have divergent racial traits, they're all human-y. I mean, they make them look unique when they're more of an important character. Because otherwise, they just stick the Astros with the generic NPC models because they're just generic for the sake of having them there, like, to kind of fill in for certain points in time and stuff. Like, we've seen a lot of unique-looking Astrals. So, yeah, like, I would assume they only look unique when they decide to have a named NPC that looks unique. They were made in the image of the Omnipotent's original creations, which you guess were humans then? Our first time I guess to see Aeroneers. Oh yeah!
きっとね。よしよし。
Head pats.
ひとまずは落ち着いたか。
And the Aaron back. Oh yeah!
子育ては国を育てし我が子らに任せよ。己はそうだな、偉い人とやらを調べるか。姉様も見つかるやもしれぬゆえ。
And so the crew continue with their plan by settling in with Siwin. Oh yeah, Dancho has always been saying that there's been a piercing gaze looking at us from the distance, huh? I kind of forgot about you.
手のかかる子だね、スウェンはさ。
Also, wait, let me check something. Oh. New Matera? Oh, Chichiri gets a new. What the fuck? And Cassiopeia summon. Aw. It's just the normal banner. Let me see. Like, they're not like a special seasonal version. Oh, wait, Matera Grand? Supplement skill, ignore defense. Oh, son of a bitch. Grand Horny. I should not have YOLO pulled trying to get like Halloween characters. I was kind of in a, you know, in hindsight it was a really bad move, but I was kind of in a fuck it kind of a mindset, so I was like, I kind of wasted my pulls earlier. So that's completely on me, but fuck. Holy shit. Halloween's bait for New Year's? Oh yeah, definitely. Wait, 4 wind damage upon normal attacks. Upon dodging one thing, start at 10. Consume 10. Man, she just like opens up with like a bunch of damage. Like, alright. Impalement before Guild Wars? Yep. And, oh, what is this axe? Big specs. It's kind of whatever, I think. And normal. Yeah, yeah, definitely normal banner. Or standard character, I mean. Delay, armor, 4 hits, debuff resist, special attacks, reduce stackable. Increase to charge gain, data, and dodge up. Really? When in effect, charge attack activates twice. Okay, so... Oh boy, Water Ogi. When receiving boost the charge bar effect, Chichiri's garniture level up to 2. When receiving 1 at level 2, reset level. Activate fireworks. Reduce cooldown to this thing. Okay, so if you Ogi every single turn, then you basically have like a 100% uptime. Or close to it. Upon chain burst, activate the boost to gain here. When 5 chaining or higher, restore HP. So we got health restore, we got armor, we got delay, special attack reduction, dodge rate, and we get bar gain for everyone. Huh. Okay. Well, too bad I kind of burnt my pulls earlier because I was, again, in a fuck it kind of a mood. Oh yeah, this is the usual supplemental damage kind of thing. And yeah, I don't really have like any pulls to really work with. Unless I want to just YOLO pull and then just... Nah, I don't even have enough for that. Has redeemed waste the gacha pull. Oh no. Joke's on you, I already wasted them last night. Hoping to re-raise Suin, the crew moves in with the young boy to take care of him. However, they end up running into a problem on the very first day.
お腹すいた。
じゃあご飯にしよっか。でもあれ、星の民ってお腹減るのかな。
1/10 of the way to redeeming that.
スエン君はハーフですから、星の民と同じって考えるのは間違っているのかもしれませんね。
そうか。考えもしなかったが、この辺は星の民の占領地か。
じゃあ スエはずっとご飯を食べられてないのか？そんなのひどすぎるぞ。難しい話。でも僕はご飯ちゃんと食べてるよ。
To demonstrate, Suin opens a nearby cupboard. Crammed inside is a mess of various jars and tins. Suin then proceeds to grab one and shows its contents to the crew.
これパリパリしてて噛んでて楽しいよ。
Wait a second. They're nice and crunchy. Wait. What are those things?
スエン君、ずっとこれ食べてるの？
うん。これ以外に食べ物ってあるの？
A can of Cheetos.
そっか。ずっと食事が不要な星の民と暮らしてたんだもんね。
Dried fruit?
知らないよね。
Would dried fruit be crunchy though?
乾き物しかあらず。
dried rations.
酒に合いそうだな。
お豆にフルーツにお肉まであるね。種類は豊富だよ。
Oh no, they got some food. Beans, fruit, meat.
一安心ではあるが、なぜ保存食がこんなに？
Nutrient bar? Yeah, probably some kind of nutrient bar.
わかんない。なんかね、いっぱいあるの。気がついたら。
はあ？棚から湧いてきたとでも言うのか？
They grow from cupboards? Suin stares curiously at the crew as they question the food's origins. Eventually growing bored, he pops open one of the jars and tries to eat the dried meat contained within. But before he can take a bite, Chichiri grabs his arm and gives it a gentle squeeze.
もっとチチリちゃんたちが美味しい料理にしてあげるよ。
Canned food grows on cupboards.
おいしい料理？それって何？
お主、知らないのか？
うん。
じゃあ、チチリお姉ちゃんが教えてあげる。ウルちゃんも腕を振るっちゃおう。育ち盛りの子には美味しいものいっぱい食べてほしいからね。
Narnia is more convenient than you recall.
健全な精神と肉体の成長には美味しいご飯は必要だと思うし、つよつよ料理作っちゃおう。すぐに作ってくるからもう少しだけ待てるかな。
わかった。
わあ、いい子だね。よーし、頑張っちゃうぞ。
So if Astros don't really have that much of a concept of like needing to sustain themselves with like a whole bunch of like delicious foods and only have shit like nutrient bars, would they even have like a proper kitchen to cook shit in? Like pots, pans, and the works and stuff? I mean, I guess they do. They just probably don't bother using them. Uruku and Chichiri work together to turn the preserved foods into a proper meal.
よかった。調理器具はあるんだ。食器もあるし。
Oh. Okay, there we go. they just happen to have cooking utensils, even though normally Astros wouldn't need to eat.
どうしてだろう。料理なんて星の民は多分しないよ。ひとまず置いておこう。
We can think about it
今はスエ
later.
ン君のためにお料理お料理と言っても材料が弱々すぎるかも。どんな料理がいいかな。ずっとあの食事ならお腹がびっくりしないようにスープがいいかも。でも調味料当然だけどないもんね。
Salt from the dried
干し肉
meat?
しょっぱいし、味付けの配分は頑張ればなんとかなるかな。
Man, they really gotta rack their brains over this, huh?
栄養はフルーツで担保して味が甘くなりすぎないように気をつけないとね。香辛料が欲しくなるな。よし、今度探しに行こっか。補充されているとはいえ食料も心もとないもんね。完成。はあ、
ああ、僕はレシピ本通りにしか作れないから助かった。
味も最高だよ。さあ、いただきますしよっか。
いただきます。
ご飯を食べる前にね、ご飯の材料や作ってくれた人や食べれることに感謝をするんだよ。こうやって手を合わせてね。
そうなんだ。いただきます。わあ、
よくできました。えらえらつよつよだね。うん。はい、
Chichiri scoops a spoonful of soup and carries it to Suin's mouth. Although confused by the gesture, he cautiously accepts the food.
お口があったかい。ポカポカする。いつものご飯よりずっと楽しい。もう我慢ならん。いただきまーす。おいしいのだ。これがおいしい。おいしい。お姉ちゃんたち、おいしい
よ。よかった。これから毎日作ってあげるからね。
毎日？いいの？
一緒にいさせてくれるお礼。お料理はチチリちゃんとウルちゃんにお任せあれ。
嬉しいな。こんな素敵なことがこれから毎日。姉様がいた時はね、僕がご飯食べる時、いつも姉様がそばにいてくれたの。姉様はご飯を食べなかったけど、僕が食べてるのを見るだけでお腹いっぱいだったって。
Watching me made her feel full.
あの時も今と同じぐらい楽しくって、姉様もここにいたらいいのに。
スー。
なんだろう。ご飯食べてもいつもはあんまり眠くならないのに。
きっと安心したんだね。じゃあチチリちゃんが寝かしつけてあげる。お布団行こっか。背中トントンしてあげる。
Comforted by Chichiri's gentle touch, Suin dozes off in an instant. As he rests, the draft Cardinal Saint gazes at the boy's adorable face, no different from that of a typical child.
寝顔かわいい。ずっと見てたいな。でもいろいろ情報を整理しないとね。スエンくん、お待たせ。スエンくん、すやすやつよつよ寝顔だったよ。にゃ、次は私も寝かしつけしたい。
アミ？
おお、積極的だね。あの寝顔はみんなも見た方がいいよ。本当に。黒キリンを作るとは思えないぐらい可愛い顔だもん。
可愛かろうが可愛くなかろうが疑問は増したぞ。棚から湧いてくる食料、用意された調理器具。
Huh. Is it one of those places where if you imagine it, like, things will pop up?
順当に考えたらスエンの姉様が用意してるんじゃないか。ウルちゃんもそう思うな。調理器具はどれも使ったことがないみたいだったけど。
No signs of use.
器具は用意したはいいが所作がわからなかったのやもしれんな。せめて食事だけでもと姉様が保存食を補充しているのではないか。
いや、姉様はもういないのだろ。 スエンがあんなに寂しがってたんだぞ。
直接会えない理由があるのかもしれないな。
そうだとしても補充しているのならいつかは会えるかも。
されど警戒は怠るなよ。アミが言っていたようにすでに星の民の占領地ゆ
え。Yeah, we can't exactly just casually stroll about.
こなたには近づいてこないが、星の民の気配を周辺にちらほらと察知している。
The Astros seem to be avoiding this place.
見つかれば面倒が起きるのは想像に難くない。
So we're basically locked in here. Or would have to do our best to sneak around.
そっか。それじゃスパイスや食材を探すのも気をつけてやらないとダメだね。
必要ならば小野が剣能で作らん。遠慮せず申し付けよ。
Plot demands Qilin be revived. Oh yeah, Piju can just grow life or stuff from nothing.
これまた随分と長丁場になりそうだな。
Take away life, Thanos neck pinch. Or like a quick swipe for like instant decap. Meanwhile, Nua tracks the crew's actions by reading the book containing the new timeline. Relieved by the progress, she watches as the revisions are applied to the text before her.
本当に子育てしてるなんて、聖少獣の私には絶対できないことでした。やはり王竜様たちを招いたのは間違いではなかった。これなら死滅の運命を書き換えることができるかもしれませんね。しかし羨ましいですね。叶うことなら私が。なぜそう思うのでしょうか。変。
Aww. Why would I harbor such a desire to raise Suen? Wait a second. Ah. Suddenly Nua was overcome by a dull headache. Oh, that's fucked. So that's why the sister's gone.
Nani? 今のは聞いたこともない言葉。誰？
Oh. So she offered herself to protect Suen and became a primal beast? Wait, what the fuck? Days turn to weeks as the crew spend their time together with Suen. Their presence offers the young boy a sense of security, allowing him to grow up happy and healthy. You think you know where the story's heading? However, the danger is yet to pass, as Suen returns to his research the moment the others let their eyes off him. Oh, we're probably getting to a point where we're bothering him too much from his research.
聖少獣の研究か？ほう、そのノートにまとめてるのだな。ちょっと見せるのだ。
ダメ。起きた出来事をすべて日記に書くような、どこにでもいるような平凡な子供で。
She could be reading too.
そういや、日記を書いてるんだっけか。
バレてる。
Soon becoming the mummies more and more likely.
まあそうだな、こっそりとすまねえな。
意地悪だ。内容は見ちゃやだよ。姉様にも見せたことないんだから。この日記帳はね、姉様と同じなの。僕の大切な家族。姉様が僕を家族にしてくれた時からずーっと僕と一緒にいてくれるの。
日記帳も大切な家族なんですね。勝手に見たりしませんよ。安心してください、スエン君。
ダメと言われると気になる。はっ、これが空の真理。
本当に見ちゃやだよ。気になるなら僕お外で勉強してくる。
わあ、待てい。今日はもう勉強は終わりだぞ。
でも勉強しないと星の民になれない。
ならなくたっていい。スエンはスエンのままでいいのだ。無理に変わる必要はない。
ああ、勉強しすぎるとバカになってしまうとも言うぞ。せめて今日は休もう。
まだ不安か？そんなに勉強したいならシュシュクと外でやろうではないか。書き物ではないぞ。それよりももっと大切なものだ。
もっと大切なもの？
Oh. With an almost evil grin, Shishiku grabs Suen by the hand and drags him out of the house.
でも外は。
Shishiku? Shishiku?
きっと大丈夫さ。長く過ごして分かったろ。この周辺に星の民は近づいてこない。興味がないのか、それとも気がつかない位置にこの民家があるのかは謎だが。
遠くに行かなきゃ平気だと思うけど、一応見張っておこうぜ。
After the two head outside, Suen finds himself getting chased down. Oh no. Shishiku barrels towards Suen at incredible speed.
捕まえたのだ、スエン。今度はスエンの番だぞ。
早すぎるよ、主食お姉ちゃん。
さあ、お兄さんこちらなのだ。特別にゆっくり逃げてやるぞ。ほらほら、のろーりそろーり、のんびりのそのそモードなのだ。
Hours of exercise, boy.
何その動き。もうあんなとこに。待ってよ、それでも早いよ。
あれは我も町の子供たちに付き合わされたことがあるが、一体何が楽しいんだ。
スエン、チャンスなのだ。そばにコクがいるぞ。
捕まえた。
あ、
よくやったぞ、スエン。ほら、次の鬼はコクだぞ。
Learning how to play tag.
いっつも勝手に巻き込みやがって。このコク様から逃げられると思うな。クソガキども。
平和だな。けど勉強はどうしたんだ？
多分あれがそうだ。シュシュクなりの勉強。遊ぶことも立派な勉強だ。スエンには大切な学びだと思う。僕もスエンと一緒に遊んであげたいし。
なるほどな。でもあいつがそこまで考えてると思うか？
すまない。深読みしすぎた。
Weeks then turned to months. Oh dear God.
スエン、今日は僕たちと遊ぼう。
はい、いっぱい遊びましょう。
Man, we're really spending a long time.
アミお姉ちゃんとルリアお姉ちゃんも遊んでくれるの？でも昨日もコクくんちゃんさん様とシュシュコ姉ちゃんと鬼ごっこして疲れてて。
問題ない。家でできる遊びだから。
それってどんな遊びなの？
Goku Woku. I mean, you know, they have to localize it somehow.
こんにちは、スエンくん。僕はグルミ。仲良くしようね。
What do you mean you had your plush with you this whole time, Ami?
ガンオ、私はクマさんですよ。みんなでお話ししましょう。
それ何？
It looks so fluffy.
これはね、クルミって言って私の友達アミさんが作ったんですよ。このクマちゃんも。
アミお姉ちゃんが？すっごい姉様みたい。
ほんと嬉しい。
声を変えるのもなんだか面白そう。僕もそれやってみたい。
Sounds really funny.
一緒にやろう。スエン君に喜んでもらえてよかったね、アミちゃん。スエン君、もしよかったらぬいぐるみ一緒に作る？
What event is that from? Wait, the plushes? It's in her Fate episodes.
作る教えて、アミお姉ちゃん。
Yeah, you see very early on in Ami's Fate episodes that like in private she talks to her plushes as she kind of like speaks out her inner thoughts and voice that she doesn't want anyone to hear because she's too embarrassed about it. Which is why she keeps up the whole like fierce looking facade or front in front of everyone. But then deep inside she's like gets really nervous.
私がお姉ちゃんになるなんて任せて。
But yeah, very rarely like in scenarios like this that she actually brings out she's actually more upfront with her more cute inner side and everything. Yeah, the gap moa and everything. The three start by playing with Ami's stuffed toys, after which the Cardinal Saint teaches Suen how to make his own. Even more time passes.
お姉ちゃんたち、今日は何して遊ぶの？
So we go from days to weeks to weeks to months. Like, have we actually breached a year plus at this point?
外で隠れっぽだ。今日はウルちゃんとチチリちゃんも混ざっちゃうよ。
Like, I knew like from the beginning this plan was like, wait, it's either we're gonna have the most impactful couple days ever to change his life, or we would actually spend years trying to raise this kid. We actually went with the latter.
コクももちろんいるのだ。さあ、一緒にお外へ行くのだ。
なぜまた我まで。
わーい、コクくんちゃんさん様も一緒だ。
おい、スザクの教育がなってないぞ。
だってこの呼び方の方が可愛いんだもん。
Totally, your name sounds cuter this way. And so Suen learns how to have fun through his time together with the Cardinal Saints and company. Are we gonna cut to new one now?
スエンがまさかこんな風に笑うなんて。皆さんのおかげで日記帳にももう研究を書いてないみたい。いいな。スエン、この本は何？ずっと大切に持っているけれど。
姉様と同じ僕の家族だよ。 ずーっと一緒なんだ。書いてあるのはね、秘密。
あらせ、本を開いたまま寝ちゃって、秘密の内容を読んじゃうわよ。ずっと隠してるからなんだと思ったら、日記じゃない。
Open the door, Suin.
私と一緒にやったことを書いて。これ、何が書いてあるの？こんな文字、見たことない。
What are these letters?
スインはこれを？筆跡が違う。
Oh. Oh.
誰もいない。今の視線は何？また、何なのこれは。
Something that could sneak past an astral? Oh no. Seasons blur together as the crew's time with Suin flies by. Yeah, like, we're definitely in... We've definitely passed several years of this... or a couple years at this point. Jars full of spices and other ingredients line the various cabinets around the house. And the rooms overflow with numerous stuffed toys Suin has crafted.
こうして見ると結構スエンと暮らして長くなってきたな。あっという間だったね。会った時はあんなにちんまかったスエン君も。
The crew turn their gaze outdoors where they spot Suin happily chatting with Coco and Piju. Oh my god. How long have we been here?
大きくなったのだな。
When did he get so big? They grow up so fast. He's taller than me now.
ねえ、ウルちゃん何人分だろう。すっごく大きくなったよね。あ、本当にそういう問題？でかすぎない？
ああ、冷静に考えたら育つのが早すぎるな。
You wonder if Grant has a different line for that?
前にピージュが話してたけど、成長速度が速い個体がハーフにいてもおかしくないって。
Hyperbolic astral growth because everyone else is roughly the same age. Being half astral accelerated his development.
だが、どれだけ大きくなろうとかわいいかわいいスエンなのだ。
本当に目の中に入れても痛くないとはこのことかもしれないな。
窓越しに姉さんたちがずっと見てくる。
まさに子供を見守る親のようだ。随分と愛着を抱いたように見える。
まったく、ただ同じねぐらにいただけだろ。甘いやつらめ。
コクさんも結構僕に甘い気がするけど、昨日なんかお茶を入れようとしただけで危ないとか言って代わりに入れてくれたし。
Offered to boil water for me saying it's too dangerous.
おい、貴様、何か言いたそうだな。
うん、お礼よ。僕はみんなが来てくれなかったら多分おかしくなってた。
Oh yeah, no, you definitely have.
姉様がいなくなって寂しくて辛くて。でも今は違う。みんながいてくれたから、それが本当に嬉しくて。
まあ、それで神様に敬意を示したくなったというのならわからんでもない。だがこのクソたて神のことはクソだと思え。結局こいつは何一つしていないだろ
う。いや、見守っててくれたよ。いつでもずっと。
あなたにはなんだか親近感が湧くんだ。今みたいに笑いかけてくれるだけで心から安心できたよ。もちろんコクさんにもね。あなたを見ていると懐かしい気がするんだ。
Something about you that feels familiar.
それに姉様をずっと団長さんと一緒に探してくれてるんでしょ。
お見通しか。されど収穫はなし、結局は何もできず。
いや、十分だよ。ありがとうピージューさん、コクさん。さて、そろそろ夕飯の支度だ。今日は僕が作るよ。楽しみにしていてくれ。
優しき子に育った。子育てなど無知ゆえ見守りに徹していたが、今ではスエンも我が子同然よ。愛着を抱く大切な子だ。己らからすると親であるがゆえ、子というのは実に不思議よな。
やめろ。我を作った親が我の子など。我はスエンを作ったわけでも産んだわけでもないのだぞ。その上こんなにも長期間我に手伝わせるなど。
強情よな。それもいい。されどこの惜しき時間もじき終わろう。
白空戦争か。もう改変の限界が近いのか。
So our time limit's like when the war is almost about to happen.
流れ歩きのあいつによれば、スエンはこの時期に作れぬはずの青少獣を作り、その後空の民に敗北すると。
警戒は怠るなよ。何が起きるか己にも想像はつかぬ。
頭が。
スエンを確保した。
約束が違う。スエンに手を出さないって。
得意の生まれであるスエンには手を出さない。それだけの話。得意な兵器を作るスエンはまた別。
So his research got their attention.
そもそもお前が勝手に言い出したことだ。守る義理などない。
やめてやめて。何なのこの記憶は。違う、私の記憶じゃない。思い出したくない。違う。
That night, while Suen is fast asleep, Lyria and Kirby wake up, having detected a mysterious presence approaching.
青少獣の気配。すごく小さいですが、ここに近づいてきます。
おいクソたてがみ、お待ちかねの来客だ。今の今まで誰も来なかったこの家に、このタイミングでな。
扉はすでに開いた。古きたちを起こして共に向かおうぞ。
Who could it be? Is he gonna be a stock primal like Lich again?
止まれ。この夜更けに何を。
Staring at the approaching figure, Piju trails off into shocked silence.
お前、ジョカ？どうしてここにいるんだ？あれ？ジョカさんは一緒に来てなかったよね？
そのはずだ。僕たちは確かにジョカからスエンの育て直しを受けたまわった。
スエン？今、あの子の名前を？誰かがずっと私の代わりにあの子の面倒を見ていることは知っていたけれど、あなたたちだったの？なんとお礼を言えば。
どういうことだ？
私は、シュエン。あの子は、
私を姉様と
Wait. Shu and Su and oh, Shu and Su and that's I think that's how they're making the distinction there. God, the names are so close.
ショカさんにすごく似たこの人がスエン君の姉様？どういうことなんですか？わからん。だがこれでようやく会えるな。
貴様か。スエンを拾っておきながら捨てた不届き者は。
なぜ一度も会いに来なかった？君だってスエンの寂しさは分かっていたんじゃないのか？
その手に持っている箱は何ですか？どうして青少獣の気配がするんですか？
全部スエンのためよ。
スエンの？
ねえ、あの子はもう私に憧れてない？青少獣を作ろうとしてない？
あなたには憧れてると思う。けど、青少獣の研究はもうしてないよ。
そう。よかった。じゃあ、作りかけのコアは、もういらないね。
Unfinished core?
コアだと？貴様、今さらスエンにプレゼントか？そういう指示があって、私もスエンが青少獣を作りたがってたのは知ってたから、そろそろ開戦も近い。青少獣を作れないあの子に必要なものだと思ったけど、きっともう渡さない方がいい。
As Shuan mutters to herself, she begins to fade into a glowing light.
最後にスエンのそばにいてくれて本当にありがとう。
ああ。
消えちまった。何だったんだ、一体。
おそらくだが、ベースのスエンはあの箱を利用して青少獣を作ったのだろう。
じゃあ、あの箱がなくなった今、スエン君はもう青少獣を作れないし、破空戦争にも参加しないってこと？
そうだと思いたい。改変の限界まで油断はできないな。
うん。それに、シュエンさんは一体？
だいぶ辛そうな顔だったぞ。あやつも一人で寂しいのかもしれんな。
With many a question unanswered, the crew returns to Suin's side for the time being.
やめて。誰か止めて。これ以上思い出したくない。
お願い、あの子を返してください。
遅かったな。先ほど成果は上がった。データも取れた。もう不要だ。お前も知っているだろう。スエンは空の底へ廃棄済みだ。
何を間違ったの？私はあの子を守りたかった。もういい。全部どうでもいい。早く私を青少獣にして。
And there we go. Nua collapses, her mind overflowing with seemingly unfamiliar memories. Then her face quickly pales as she comes to realize the truth behind the flood of recollections.
私はシュエンだった。スエンの姉様だっ
1583冊。すべてを救うためとはいえ、あなたたちを殺してしまった数です。そしてスエンを殺した数でもあります。愛しいスエンをこの手で殺してしまっていたの？
It could be worse. Could have been 33 million times. So 10,000 doesn't seem so bad when you compare that.
報いは必ず受けます。ですがまだその時ではないのです。これが報いだっていうの？こんなのでもスエンはどうなったの？研究所に拉致された後は。
At the height of her despair, Nua hears a dry cackle echoing around her. Oh.
隊長、ロー君。
A crack in the Primal's coffin begins to spread. Meanwhile, the crew keep their encounter with Qilin a secret, as they see their revisions of the past through... passed through to the final moments.
最近妙に辺りが騒がしい気がする。
もはや猶予はないか。帰らねばならん。
あともうちょっとだけいられないかな。名残惜しいのはわかるけどよ、これ以上は何が起こるかわからねえってジョカも言ってたろ。そうだよね。でもスエン。
そうか。姉さんたちはもう行かねばならないんだね。お別れはいつか来ると思ってた。むしろ旅の一休みだったのにこんなに長く一緒にいてくれて本当にありがとう。
I thought it was weird how long you were staying here since it was supposed to be a short rest.
みんなと過ごした日々は本当に夢のようだったよ。僕にはもったいないぐらいだ。
ここでお別れなんて寂しすぎるぞ。でもお主が青少獣も作らず白空戦争にも参加しないならシュシュクは満足なのだ。
シュシュク、それは言っちゃいけない情報だろ
う。なんでだ？
シュシュクWhy would you mess it up at the very end?
分かっていなかったのか貴様。
そうだよ。ほら、なんでまだ起きてない白空戦争を私たちが知ってるのって話になっちゃうでしょ。それってつまり私たちの正体につなぐ
クソたてがみ、貴様の姿勢とやらは随分とバカの割合が多いな。
Man, you should check out the 12 Zodiacs, Koku. See, just go oversee their assemblies and see if they actually get anything done. So wait, last of the primal NPCs, we need Granny and Garuda. Man, I forgot about Granny and Garuda.
そういえばチチリって師匠の歴史も随分あやふやだったな。
白空戦争っていうのは
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it.
ね。
What about Twin Elements? Oh yeah, I don't think we've seen anything of the Twin Elements in a long ass time. Man, I'm just getting flashbacks to farming Heckin XX. Oh my god, those were like the dark ages.
僕が参加したら姉さんたちは悲しむのかな。
とっても悲しいぞ。絶対に参加しないでほしいのだ。青少獣も作るな。
Hello, confused. Hello, hello.
僕からもお願いだ。君の姉様と比べたら短い間だったかもしれないが。
なら約束するよ。 姉さんたちを悲しませたくない。よくわからないけど参加しない。それに何か事情があるのならば深くは詮索しないよ。
マジでいい子に育ったな。
育ててくれた姉さんたちと団長さんのおかげかな。もう時間もないんでしょ。僕は大丈夫だから。
大きくなってもお外で遊ぶのは忘れてはいかんぞ。ぬいぐるみも作ってもっともっといっぱい。
Keep
も
making
し寂
plushes.
しくなったら私たちと作ったぬいぐるみを。
You can cuddle with the ones we made with you. Aww.
うん。姉さんたちが教えてくれた遊びは絶対に忘れないよ。
ウルちゃんとチチリちゃん特製のレシピも置いてあるから、お腹空いたらご飯を食べてね。
眠れない時はチチリちゃんが教えてあげたツボをつくんだよ。
Wait.
すぐすやすやになれるから。
Wait. If you can't fall asleep, remember the pressure points. You'll get knocked out in an instant. Man, that's real helpful.
姉さんたちみたいに上手にできるかは自信ないけど。
Therapeutic pressure points. I was like, man, I can't, like, I need to sleep, but I can't. I was like, oh no, I'll just press this spot. But
スエン、最後まで姉様を見つけることが叶わずすまない。
いいんだ。姉様も僕の家族。その気持ちは変わらない。会いたい気持ちも。
that scares you, to be honest, because what if your arm's stuck like that for the rest of the night? Yeah, because you probably have to press on it, and then, like, let's say if you do get knocked out right away, like, you wouldn't be able to move your arm, and depending on how, like, depending on how you're laying down in your bed and stuff, you'd probably be sleeping on your arm or some shit. Oh god, and depending on how bad in a position it's in. Because, like, I remember one really bad time when I slept the whole night on my arm. It felt scary. Like, the blood flow was, like, completely cut off and everything. And I couldn't even move my arm. I had to, like, flop it around. And then just try to, like, desperately flop it around and get the blood flowing again so I can actually get some feeling and movement back in my arm. It was actually a really scary thing. Like, it really felt like I really fucked up something. Like, my arm got paralyzed and it's just unmovable anymore unless, like, I physically, like, shift my shoulder in order to, like, move it in or out of the way of something. But then, like, after, like, a couple minutes, I finally got feeling back in my arm. But man, that really scared the crap out of me, and I always try to, like, make sure I sleep, like, well, sleep properly, like, not, or be extra careful if I happen to sleep on my side instead of laying on my back. Although sometimes I still sleep on my stomach though. But yeah, it's more gradual. Otherwise known as the off switch, your arm is dead. Yeah, like, it was a really scary time when I woke up that one morning, and then I'm just like, dude, I can't feel or move my arm, and I was like in a slight panic, but I'm like, okay, I know I slept on my arm, so I just need to give it some time now that I'm standing up to regain movement, right? So then I just try to go, you know, like, to the restroom and then do my usual thing as I hopefully regain feeling back in my arm, and it eventually did. And I'm like, oh god. Like, it was a very scary thought of, like, trying to imagine, like, going through my day with, like, only one arm. You know, it's like, if, like, you only had one arm to, like, to do stuff, like, how different would your life be impacted and stuff? And I'm like, oh my god, that was such a scary feeling. Ugh. You never know what happens when you sleep one night and then just wake up with a dead ass arm. I'm like, ugh, Really, really scary like moment there for me.
でもみんながいてくれたからそれだけでもう十分なんだ。だからやっぱりお別れは辛いな。
黙れ我まで流されそうになる。
Like growing up with like 4, like technically 5, 6 older sisters if you count like Jita and Lyria and everything too.
コク、大上郎君とジョカの力を借りればまた会えるやもしれぬが、この時は、この一瞬は二度とは訪れぬ。
そんなこと分かっているわ。まあなんだスウェン、貴様と過ごす日々は悪くは。
Seems like on YouTube I'm getting some weird moments of instability for like a minute or two. That's weird. Although it's like been back to normal already on YouTube. I wonder what's causing that. Huh. Oh, the sound of a closing book cuts Koku off mid-sentence.
なんだ、戻ってきたのか。
流れ歩きの貴様。せっかく国様が別れの言葉を我が子に授けるところだったのだぞ。
I think we need to check on Nua first before we start yelling at her. Oh boy.
我が子ってなんだよ。
忘れろ。くそ、おい流れ歩きのジョカ。
バカな。己らが消えず、また失敗したのか。
だってスエンはあんなにいい子に。
おいジョカ、時間を戻す本を閉じろ。抜け殻がまた。
As Koku shouts, a chill suddenly spreads throughout the crew. A terror appears in the surrounding space, through which they spot a face peering directly at them. Not again.
Qilin.
Though Uki is first to collapse, the others soon follow, their life draining away by the second. Darkness descends upon the room, but Nua manages to close the book with a trembling hand. Finally, everyone loses consciousness. God damn! Like, okay, we really got to speedrun everything up to this point again. Once more into the past.
$1584もう後がない。
You missed the start of the stream, rice ball. Nah, you can have the rice ball. I'm gonna have the bento.
戻ってきたのか。何が起きている。
国キリンがまた。どうして。スエンは白空戦争に参加しないって、聖少獣は作らないって約束してくれたのに。まさかオイラたちと別れた直後に気が変わったのか。
ありえん。そんなこと育てた我らがよく知っているだろう。クソたてがみ、扉を開け。状況を確認しに行くぞ。
Oh shame, all the jelly donuts are gone. You drink the juice that makes you evil.
開けぬ。
Oh.
理由は計り知れぬが、 大乗老君がいる地にのみ己は扉を開けていた。
The passage only opened in presence of Taishang Laojian.
それが今は叶わぬのだ。
何が違う？大乗老君がいるかどうかの違いじゃん。大乗老君に何か起きた。
As the crew comes to this realization, the space around them begins to warp. Oh. A glowing rift appears. Wait. From a glowing rift appears Nua, her limp body collapsing to the ground.
ジョーカー、お前どうしてここに来れたんだ。まさか流れ歩きの力を使ったのか。
300年前古木様の先祖に会いに行ったのを最後に私の力は限界を迎えました。あと一度流れ歩きの力を使えばきっとコアが破壊されてしまうでしょうね。
そんな。じゃあショカさんは
貴様がいなくなったらこの繰り返しはどうなる。いや、なぜそんな無茶をした。
大乗老君が消えました。私の目の前で。
Even Astros can resist using lithium batteries. So Taishang Laojian vanished. Oh.
消えた。
I mean, that explains why we can't open the portal.
こんなことは一度も。おかしい。何かが干渉している。
The mysterious entity.
何かが見ている。ずっと私たちを。
Nua's body grows increasingly translucent as she fades away into tiny particles of light.
ジョーカー、何が見ているんだ。何を感じたんだ。
わかりません。わからない。でもあなたたちならきっと。
Text? Text? Well, where text? Hello?
私が持っているこの本は消えませんでした。これを使えばまた過去へ戻れる。
You don't think that happened to you when you read it?
残った私のすべての力を込めましたから。でも二度はない。もう後がない。どうかどうか大乗老君をスエンを救ってお願い。
As the last of Nua's body disappears into the air, only the book she held just moments earlier remains in Kirby's hand.
ジョーカーさん。
二度はないだと。
行くしかあるまい。己らは。
それしかないのか。
なんでかはわからないけど、黒麒麟を作ったってことは、あの子がまたひどい最後を遂げてる。そんなのダメだよ。
What line disappeared for me? It was basically at the very start of when Nua started to disappear that Nua didn't have any lines.
ああ、行こう。
We'll save him for sure this time. With everyone in agreement, Kirby opens the book. Man, it'd be really funny if someone just walked along this place and then randomly closed the book. This did happen to you? Yeah, probably something weird's going on. Or they kinda... The localization probably forgot to include the line or some shit. Guess it's just for Nua's sprite to shake.
けど思い出がある。寂しくなったら思い返すよ。だから大丈夫。
So, thankfully, we have a save point, like, right when we left. to pop back in. Man, I sure missed them. If only they came back right now.
ウル姉さん、みんなまでどうして帰ってきたの？
We just had like the emotional goodbyes and everything. I was like, hey, we're back. Did this like happen?
どうしてはこっちのセリフだぞ。なぜだ、なぜなのだ、なぜ白空戦争に参加するのだ。
Shujuku, that didn't happen yet. Gotta reuse all the Back to the Future pacing.
シュシュク姉ちゃんたちと約束したではないか。
We raised you
そんな子
better.
に育てた覚えはないぞ。
落ち着いて。よくわからないけれど、戦争に参加するつもりはないよ。
ひとまず我らの子育ては脱線せずに済んだようだな。
ならば何故国麒麟は己らがいる未来になる。
まずは落ち着いて。お茶でも入れようか。誤解はそれからとこ。
Oh. Oh. The moment Suin utters those words, for just a few seconds, his head shakes violently. Speechless, the crew can only stare on as a terrifying voice escapes out of Suin's mouth. The simulation is breaking. Equally as surprised, the wide-eyed Suin attempts to cover his mouth, but in response, his diary without any assistance opens its cover. The diary that he's kept secret and hidden from everyone that's not in his handwriting. Wait, oh shit. A giant arm extends out of the book's pages, grabbing Suin and dragging him in. The diary that's been in every sprite. The other crew members immediately dash over to save the struggling boy. However, okay, we're all getting crammed in. A flurry of arms suddenly appears, immobilizing the entire group. Their resistance is met with failure, and the crew, together with Suin, are quickly swept into the diary's pages. God, the ringing noise. Dragged into the diary, the crew members quickly regain consciousness. However, they are met with an unbelievable sight.
大将郎君、ここは日記の中か。
手前が連れてきたからね。いや、というよりも育てたが正しいか。
Cryptic apparition. I'm the one who brought this poor soul here, or should I say raised him? I mean, looking at the bandages on his head. Wait.
ならばやはり手前は縁故だな。感慨深い。よーく育ったな。
Next to Taishang Laojun is a strange apparition protruding from a giant book. One look at its ink-stained skin is enough to fill the crew members with a sense of dread.
なんだこいつ。ルリア。ピジューさんとコクさんにすごく似てます。
It's not
青少
primal.
獣じゃありません。
いまいましいことにこいつの気配は我の抜け殻。
待て待て、一緒にするの。ありゃスエンの作ったなり損ないだろう。
Aww.
手前のような深淵とは比べようもなかろうよ。手前は名誉に筆を用いてうつつをもてあそぶもの。立命
Biao Mingya possess the power to toy with reality with a few strokes of the brush. So we have another reality rewriter here. Oh boy, what's next? You can rewrite reality. You can rewrite reality. Who else can rewrite reality? Meow. That's it. The mysterious apparition chuckles, setting a chill down the crew members' spines.
そう見えるが、ただ手前は礼を言いたくてね。手前の子供を育ててくれた礼さ。
貴様の子供？そんなもの育てた覚えは？
Surrounded by time rewriters.
手のかかる子だったろう。あれには手前もほとほと困り果てていてね。こたびの育成も難儀だった。手前の脳が焼けると思ったよ。
Most challenging run yet?
育成方針を変えるのも考えたんだ。てめえらがよく頑張ったおかげで、それでは間に合わないと思ってね。手前の理想を未来から持ってきた。やはりスエンはこうでなければ。しかし、ジョカがシュエンに会えなかったのは、本能的に合わなかっただけなのかもな。いいね。それは今度別の子で試そう。
貴様、何の話をしている？
スエンはどこ？スエンを返してよ。
ああ、はあ、なるほど。そうか、認識できずか。いや、当然か。かわいそうに。ならこうした方が早い。ほら、言うことを聞け。
The apparition then lashes out, directly hitting Taisheng Laojin. Though the method was far more violent when compared to Dua's, Taisheng Laojin still manages to produce a single book. Where could he be? I don't know, like, I don't see him anywhere.
それ、スエンの日記帳じゃねえか。
読みなよ。望んだ答えが手に入るぞ。手前は何もしないからさ。
The crew members cautiously pick up the diary before reading its contents aloud.
今日、不思議な人たちが来た。しばらく一緒にいてくれるみたい。
これ多分、スエンと初めて会った時の。
姉様がいなくなってずっと寂しかったけど、もう一人じゃない。
スエン君。
ああ、もっと先だよ、先。今日の日記を読めって。
Hey, you said you'll leave us alone so we can read this, asshole.
姉さんたちとお別れをした。急にいなくなったものだからものすごく驚いたな。本当に不思議な人たちだった。僕を育ててくれた親のような優しい人たちだった。その人たちとの約束は絶対に守らなければならない。何のことかはわからないけれど、破空戦争には参加しない。何があっても。
スエン、やっぱり私たちの約束をちゃんと守ろうとしてくれてたんだ。
でも、なんでだ？現に黒麒麟は現れて。
Driven by curiosity, the crew turns to the next page. Inspecting the rows of text lining the sheet, they realize the handwriting does not belong to Suen.
何これ？
しかし気が変わった。黒麒麟と王竜を作らねば、空に死滅をもたらさなければ。
God, so VI just basically did like an extremely shitty like fanfic edit of, yeah, I know they raised me to not do all this, but I changed my mind. Fucking destruction to the skies.
それが望まれる立派な我なのだから。
But yeah, just overwrote everything we done.
は？ほら、もっとめくりなよ。どうした？読まないのか？
続きあるんですか？誰が
OG OG Leary, I wonder who it is, considering who just mentioned they can rewrite reality with a few strokes of the brush or feather pen.
こんなの読みたくない。読んではダメだ。
This story sucks, I'm done.
仕方ない奴らだな。 なら手前が
Pen
天
demon
罰
from
を
hell.
読み聞かせよう。
The figure claps its hands, causing the diary's pages to begin turning on their own.
忌々しき技術は日記帳にて記されていた。スエンはそれを見て学び、神の真似事をし始める。結果、空にも星にもない技術で失敗作の黒麒麟と王竜を作り上げ、
Two failed creations. Ah, no, no! What do you mean there's a version update? I'm in the middle of reading this shit! Wait, what happened? Oh my fucking god, you gotta be kidding me.
大丈郎君。
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
日記の中か。
The pen demon from Hush strikes again.
スエンはそれを見て学び、神の真似事をし始める。結果、空にも星にもない技術で失敗作の黒麒麟と王竜を作り上げ、星の民の興味を引いた。
Yeah, you can fast forward by looking through the script and clicking on the exact line to bring you up to speed, or back to where you were, I mean.
そしてスエンは聖少獣に改造され、己も失敗作となって空の底へ落とされた。
But not that the script has the whole thing. Ah. He is turned into a primal beast and discarded.
じゃんじゃん。まあ、強引だけどしょうがない。手前の理想のスエンはこれだから。聖少獣を作れないスエンが聖少獣になり果てる。
Became Ebisu.
失敗作しか作れなかったスエンが失敗作となって空の底へ落とされる。やっぱりこれが一番いい。なあ、てめえらもわかるだろ、この子の美しさが。
全然わからない。何言ってるのお前。こんなの読んでも全然欲しい答えなんか手に入らないよ。ねえ、早くスエンを返してよ。何がそんなにおかしいんですか。
そちらのなり損ないはどうだ。てめえらは里いもんな。
大丈郎君が誕生した経緯、スエンの末路。
何故己は赤き地平に扉を開くことが叶わず、大丈郎君のいる地に扉を。
くそ、まさか。
大丈郎君、汝がスエンなのか。
嘘。
いや、まことの話だ。ご名答、大正解、優秀だね。
The apparition's blood-curdling laugh echoes around the crew. Their mouths agape, the crew silently gaze upon Taisheng Laojun as they grapple with this newfound truth. Amused by the crew's dumbfounded look, the dark creature briefly smirks before continuing to speak.
スエンが大丈郎君になる。それが手前の夢でね。正直な話、空の死滅やら極麒麟やらはどうでもいい。この美しい末路の副産物さ。
待て。
しかしてめえらもいい子育てをするね。てめえらのスエンもなかなか愛らしい。 手前の理想にはみじんもかなわないな。特にあの家族ごっこは笑えたよ。人の育みはどうも回りくどくていけないね。理想が手に入らないかもしれないというのにさ。まあ無力な人ゆえか。
待てと言っているだろうが。なんなのだ貴様は。貴様の抱きすべき理屈はどうでもいい。スエンのことを一切考えていないのはよくわかった。
スエンを大上郎君にするのがお主の夢だと。その理想をスエンは望んだのか。
スエンの命をもてあそんで許せない。
なぜ？子は手前の所有物。所有物を好きにいじるのは持ち主。ああ、親の特権だろう。
In the end, it was never the chair, it was the termite inside the chair. Yeah, honestly?
そんなわけない。スエンを物みたいに言わないで。
価値観の相違か。人ってのはやっぱりめんどくさいね。てめえらが何と言おうと、スエンは手前の子さ。
違うよ。スエンは誰のものでもない。
ああ、貴様が親だなんてありえない。
なぜ？手前のてめえらも血のつながった親ではなかろう。主演すらもな。てめえらならば親になり得るとでも言うのか。手前と何が違う？
何もかも違うのだ。主塾たちはずっと一緒に暮らしていたのだからな。
そばにいたというのならば、手前はてめえらよりずっと長くスエンといたが、てめえらが家族ごっこしてる時も、なんならスエンが隠れて手前に日記を書いている時も、ずっとそばにいた。誰よりもスエンの近くにいた。あの子を導き続けてなさい。手前はてめえらよりもスエンの親にふさわしい。あの子の家族だよ。
そんなわけありません。その話が本当なら、私たちあなたを見たことがあるはず。
Laria, the diary.
待ってください。日記を書いていた。
Ameria Suin's words as a child flashes through the crew members' minds.
この日記帳はね、姉様と同じなの。姉様が僕を家族にしてくれた時から、ずーっと僕と一緒にいてくれるの。
Burn the book. Burn the book.
もしかして君はあの日記帳。
何を今さら。最初から分かってるものかと思っていたけれどね。手前はね、ずっとスエンを導き続けてきていたんだ。理想になるようにと。空にも星にもない技術をたくさん読ませてやったさ。
ああ。
てめえらの田舎。
Thank you for the Gao confused. Wait, I bestowed upon him knowledge beyond the reach of sky dwellers and astrals. So what exactly is this book or Bia Mingyo in the first place? And also, wait, he got the book as soon as... He's been by my side ever since my sister took me in. Huh.
スエンは手前が書いた通りにたやすく狂って手前を読み進め。
Another natural born god, I guess? Maybe? One that has a particular fixation on Suen?
黒麒麟、王竜を作り上げる。そうして大長老君になってくれた。手前の理想にね。けど、ジョカのせいで手前は何度も書き換えられて、ままならないもんだね。スエンの行く末の書き換え合戦は最初こそ新鮮だったが、もうさすがに飽きたよ。
Here's this diary. We're gonna go for milk and cigarettes.
だからこうして上がいた。ジョーカはもう消えたようだしな。はあ、せいせいした。
改めて問う。貴様、何者だ？
親だよ。せんなんて違うか。そうだな。わかりやすく言うなら利害。
I exist beyond reason? Thank you for the hydrate confused.
何それ。
Ignoring Uruki's question, the apparition carries on with its one-sided spiel.
国キリン、王竜、てめえらは手前のなり損ないだと言ったろ。利害のまがいものさ。
Failed attempts at creating transcendental beings.
さて、話したいことは話せたか。こんなことするのも回りくどいけど、どうも。こうした方が手前の末は、大上老君はより狂って美しくなる。手がかかる子だよ、本当に。末、てめえは狂えば狂うほどなんと美しくなることか。ああ、理想の末は可愛いね。
The apparition raises its arm, as if to gently stroke Taishan Laojun. However, it instead begins hitting the primal beast. You're irrational in an attempt to find pie.
やめろ！それはスエンなのだろ！貴様！
Ami and Koku both shout, dashing forward to attack Suin's assailant. Chuchuku and Chichiri also leap to action, trying to protect Suin. However, not a single attack lands on the crew's target. Do we need to tap into the boundary?
手前は利害と言ったろ。無駄さ。王竜、てめえもな。
Your attacks cannot reach me. Do we need to send our souls into the past into some like bunch of robots? Go beyond tapping into it. Drink from the boundary. Bathe in the boundary. I don't know. Become the ocean.
ずっと黙ってると思ったら、手前がいる本当の場所を探しているな。
A true location.
不在の理由にまじないを返しているのならば、それを逆手に命を狩らんと思ったが。
無駄さ。どれだけ手前に近くとも、断りのうちにあるてめえらが、断りの外には何もできねえのさ。書き換えるのは手前だ。育てるのは手前だ。壊すのもまた手前だ。その間抜けっぷり、もっとスエンに見せてやれ。
お主、ここにいないなんて卑怯だぞ。クソが、くっそー。
ほら、もっとかかっておいで。いくらでも攻撃しておいで。俺、てめえの偽りの親どもが醜くあがく姿をさ。
Nice arts on the sides.
全部当たらない。一体どうすれば。なぜスエンをこのような姿にしてまで空の死滅を求める。
死滅のてめえがそれを。
黙れ。答えろ。貴様の理由を、信念を。
何も。己と同じだ。あれはああいう災いだ。 いまいましい。
ああ、そうか。王竜、てめえはやっぱり手前側か。なら考えもわかるわけだ。けど惜しいな。確かに動機は無に等しいが、あるよ。ただの暇つぶし。
Killing time?
暇つぶし。それだけのためにスエン君の運命をもてあそんだんですか？
スエンだけではない。師聖、師匠、ジョーカー、スエンを起点とする全てだ。
我らが生ける世界から300年前、ウルキが見た先祖の記憶、我が子らを玄武を操り、ウルキの先祖を殺めたのも、
Oh, yeah,
何
yeah.
しの仕業か。
That's why Shenwu kept coming back to life to actually finally kill her ancestor.
おお、あったね、そんなことも。あの頃はジョカがより一層鬱陶しくてね。嫌がらせさ。
嫌がらせなの君。本当に暇つぶしに嫌がらせで全部めちゃくちゃにしてるの？
悪いかい？
悪いに決まってる。お前は絶対に許さない。
じゃあもっと頑張りなよ。ほら、おいで。いくらでも気が済むまで攻撃しなよ。てめえらが頑張れば頑張るほど手前のスエンは美しく。さあ、スエン、愛しいスエンよ。もっと狂っておくれ。もっと美しくなれ。何をしてもどうあがこうと失敗作になるのがお似合いの手前の所有物よ。
The crew's continued attempts at striking down the apparition proved to be futile.
どうすれば。
The dark creature watches as the party members one by one succumb to exhaustion, and lets out an unamused sigh.
まあこんなとこか。そろそろ飽きてきたし、てめえらは帰りなよ。
帰るわけないぞ。スエンを取り返すまで。
だからなんだよ。手前が帰れっつってんの。こっちは次の目的ができたんだからさ。
何を企てている？
スエンはもう大乗老君になり、黒麒麟でこの空はやがて滅ぶ。ジョカとてめえらのせいで滅びが緩やかな結末となったが、まあ仕方ない。ただそれだけじゃつまらない。もっと空をめちゃくちゃにする。暇つぶしの嫌がらせにね。
そんなのダメです。絶対にダメ。
それじゃあどうぞお帰りください。死滅の未来へ。
やめ。
In a single grandiose movement, Baya Mingyo raises its arm and slams Taisheng Laojin's book shut. Oh? Oh?
元の世界に。
なんだ。
With a look of confusion, the apparition repeats the action a few more times. No, why isn't this working? Must more blood be shed? Every attempt causes the crew to momentarily disappear only to return a few seconds later.
何が起きてる？ジャカは確かにこれで。
This is how Nua did it.
これもしかして
This must be Nua's doing. Curry pulls out the book Nua had handed the crew earlier. It opens on its own, revealing a pair of blank pages. Oh my god, are we gonna pull like a fucking what was it again? The Book of Ages in Jackie Chan Adventures? Like we start writing in like on the blank pages and like start writing our own endings and shit. Then with a faint glow, new words begin to fill the empty space. Oh no, they just come up on their own.
私が流れ歩きの力を手に入れたのは大乗老君をスウェンを守るため
Dancho is the greatest.
スウェンの日記帳を彼の狂った運命を
The hero persisted.
どうか書き換えて
As the crew read the last of the shining text, a wave of memory suddenly flooded their minds.
人の子？研究所のそばにこの漢字違う。この子星と空の。最初は興味だった。空と星のハーフなんて初めて見たから、そばに置いておけば何かの実験に使えると思っていた。あなた、名前は？
名前。
そう、ないのね。じゃあ、今日からスエンよ。私の名前の文字り。
Similar names? Oh yeah, like, since Shuwen couldn't really think of like a more unique name, she just thought of a variation of her name to give to now Suen from Shuwen. Or Suen, or however you want to pronounce it, I'm not sure.
名前だって適当につけた。その方がいろいろ便利だから。でも共に暮らしてスエンの名前を呼ぶうちに。
姉様見て、姉様の勉強真似したの。
線がいっぱい書いてあるだけじゃない。
Yup, those are lines, alright. That's pretty fucked up. It's like, look at all the stuff I wrote. Yup, those sure are some lines, Sonny. The whole time Suen's just illiterate.
姉様みたいに難しいのは書けないもん。
いいのよ、書かなくてもあなたは。私のそばにいてくれるだけで十分なんだから。
お腹ペコペコ。
ペコペコ。
あら、食料が尽きてた？空の血が体に入ってると不便ね。すぐ調達してくるわ。
Requires quite the upkeep.
ただいま。もうちょっと待ってて。姉様、今日は張り切っちゃうから。
Here's some dry rations with extra nutrients. Oh boy.
空の民の生息圏で料理という存在を知った。
Ah. She actually did go learn how to cook.
空の民はどうも料理で食材を別のものに変えるらしい。って自分に呆れるわね。
Nutrient plus.
道具買うついでに使い方も料理の仕方も調べてくればよかった。
Bought the utensils without knowing.
姉様。
ごめんね。保存食すぐ開けるから。
Aw. I just opened a can of food. All those unused pans. Yeah, she bought them and did actually take a couple moments to find out how to actually use these darn things.
いつかもっと楽しいの食べさせてあげるからね、スエン。
Instruction manual for Pan. Astros don't need no instruction manual.
気がつけば満たされていた。スエンとの触れ合いは星の民の私を確実に変えていた。料理を覚えてもっとスエンに笑ってもらおうと考えるぐらいに私はほだされていた。
Your heart. Yeah, this really is a precious moment, which makes what will come up probably real soon more heart-wrenching.
でもそれが良くなかった。変化を研究所のやつらに気づかれてスエンのこともバレてしまった。
Right on cue.
貴重な研究材料になりうる。提供しろ。拒否権はない。青少獣開発の実験の役に立つだろう。
あの子は見逃してください。私が代わりになりますから。
ほう。一度実験を進めれば二度と青少獣から戻れんぞ。
構いません。だからあの子だけは。私はスエンを守るためその取引を持ちかけて青少獣に改造され始める。
I mean, if her memories are gonna get wiped, like, I mean, they don't really have to, like, keep to that agreement if doesn't exist to remember it. But we know other problems that retain their memories. Yeah.
そのせいでスエンに二度と会うことはできなくなった。
Their experiments were never ending.
けど研究の過程で使えるようになった流れ歩きの力を使って。
Oh, she used her abilities to restock the cupboard and everything.
スエンの食料を家に届けたりしてあの子の無事を祈ってた。けどしばらくして結局スエンは捕まって歴史を改変する青少獣として改造されてしまった。
That went full circle, travel primal restocking. Yeah. That's kind of actually neat that we got the explanation on that, but now that we have the full context on how the restocking came to be. Ugh. Fuck the Astrals.
お願い、あの子を返してください。
遅かったな。先ほど成果は上がった。データも取れた。もう不要だ。お前も知っているだろう。あれは空の底へ廃棄済みだ。
God, the Astrals are such a fucked up people.
実験を続けるぞ。
もういい。全部どうでもいい。早く私青少獣にして。そして私はジョカとなった。記憶をすべて消されたはずなのに私は
流れ歩きの力を試す。ジョカ、指定の位置への転移を。俺の腕が消え。
私は流れ歩きの力で研究所を破壊した。
Telefragged.
抜き取られた太上老君のコアを取り返した。記憶はもう確かになかった。でも絶対にあの子の元へ向かわなきゃいけないと直感した。赤き地平へ、太上老君のいる地へ。そして 大乗老君を見つけ、彼の能力で国麒麟の死滅を知った。スエンを止めなきゃ。殺してでも。違う、助けなきゃ。でも私を忘れた私に言葉は届かない。スエンがただ助かる未来を願ってた。
The flood of memory slows to a halt as Shuin leaves the crew with their final words.
私は間違え続けた。何もかも。
今のはジョカ、いやシュエンの記憶か。ジョカさんは、いえシュエンさんはずっとスエン君のために。姿形が変わっても記憶を失っても、君が間違えたのならウルちゃんたちが。スエン、聞こえてるだろ。お前も今の記憶を見ただろ。
ずっと姉様はそばにいた。たとえ方法は間違っていてもスエンを救おうとしていた。
She only tried killing you 10,583 times. Don't worry about it. Though she learned from her mistakes. We all mess up sometimes. No hard feelings, right?
やかましいな。家族は、親は手前だと何度言ったや。
Growing increasingly annoyed, the apparition suddenly stops its movements. In a state of shock, it stares at the now self-turning pages of Suin's diary. Suin's diary. Suin himself is turned into a primal beast, then discarded to waste away at the bottom of the skies. Together with his family, the diary turns its pages, erasing Biamingyo's added script and replacing the missing text with Suin's own writing. Oh, this is my story.
そうだ、スエン。貴様の人生は貴様が決めろ。書き足された理想など捨てろ。
あまたの導きの上、取捨選択を続け、自らの足で進み続けるのが誉れ高き命よ。今の己はそう信じている。故にスエンよ、進め。姉様と己らの思い出を導きに。
Suin! A dry crackle fills the air as a coffin containing Taishang Laojian splinters. Inside, the mummy's bandages rapidly begin to unravel. Oh? Oh. Together with his family, Sun bends reality to his will.
やめろ。なぜ手前をここに。てめえは手前の理想、手前の所有物。
With a ghastly scream, the apparition reaches toward the changing diary. Suddenly, the coffin splinters further, allowing a familiar face to achieve the impossible by stopping the apparition's arms in its tracks.
違う。僕だ。君の理想の大乗老君ではない。僕の家族は姉様と姉さんたちだけだ。
よかったよ。元に戻ってくれた。
姉さんたち、今ならこいつを撃てる。
Damn, props on him being able to yell through the bandages covering his mouth. We raised that boy.
さあ覚悟しろ。 利害とやら我らスウェンに認められたスウェンの親ぞ。
True parents.
断りのうちへようこそ。そしてさらばだ。
Oh, time to fight. Anytime now, game. Thank you.
手前は利害だったのに。
Defeat the transcendental being as a family. Our family. Cardinal's presence. Duress effect to a foe.
お前許さない
Oh, sorry, I'm a little confused. I have it filtered on my chatty.
どけ。
Oh wait. Sorry, hold on. Let me adjust my seat.
邪魔だ。
Soon this, soon that.
かきつめせ。てめえらにお似合いだろ。
本気を出す。
君許さないから。
どけ。
結末は決まってんだ。
下がれ。
闇に落ちろ。死随所確認。
近畿監修。
Oh, the combined Ogies. That's pretty cool. Oh? Oh? Replacing the diary's text. Huh.
僕はもうお前の理想じゃない。これは僕自身が選んだ結末だ。
Just writes him back into reality. I'm taking charge of my own story. Anytime now. There we go. I like how you can see behind, like, the boss that Shishiku is just, like, rapidly just bouncing around as she's, like, doing her multiple slashes. I got to notice more and more of the effect of, like, as she's doing her attacks, that, like, out of everyone else's animations, like, Shushiku is, like, further in the back, a little bit grayed out, like, just rapidly zigzagging, like, behind her target. Throughout the crew's relentless assault, the dark apparition gazes squarely at Suen. Oh? He's out of the coffin? Suen begins emitting a bright light, burning away the bandages wrapping his body. With a quiet confidence, he takes a step forward, picking up the diary, showing it to his opponent. The transcendental being is finally defeated. Okay.
これは僕の意志だ。姉様、姉さんたちに導かれた僕の。お前が利害であろうと何であろうと書き換えは許さない。消えろ。
物の分際で。
He just literally wrote him off. Great job. While watching Bia Mingyo disappear, the crew is transported out of the diary. Wait, so are we still in the... So we're still in the past, so then... Wait. Oh yeah, cause we got teleported while we're having our final attempt to go back.
なんとかなったか。しかし、利害とか言ってたけど、ありゃ何だったんだろうな。
この世にあってはならぬ、己と黒麒麟と同一の存在よ。
A being that shouldn't exist in this world. I wonder where they're gonna go with this with, like, cause, like, originally, like, we were dealing with, like, the other world and everything. But now, I mean, like, there's probably multiple other cases I'm probably forgetting, because, you know, it's probably too many other stories to recall off the top of my head. But I wonder how many more times we're gonna bring in, like, other different beings from beyond, like, the world that we currently know or some shit. Because, like, because that guy literally said, I exist beyond reason. So then it's just like, okay, so we wrote off the other world. Now we got other random things from other planes of existences. Given power scaling, this is the next level entity. Yeah, so now that we're done with dealing with the other world canonically, yeah, now we have, like, this different plane of existence beyond reason, however we're supposed to categorize them. Unlimited power. Yeah, so I guess, like, this is really where we're gonna be going with, like, the story going forward, where we're trying to come up with, like, beings from other dimensions or some shit. I don't know. Granblue has jumped the shark. Atira Palpatine returns. Sort of.
ああ。だが、それよりも。おか
えりなさい、スエン。
ああ、ただいま。退場老君になって、姉様の記憶を見て、すべて理解したよ。僕が原因だったんだね。姉さんたちの運命と姿勢と師匠。
GBF has always been jump the shark territory. Totally admit we have a primal that can change the past and introduce the second one. Yeah, it is kind of weird how we were dealing with the whole thing with Akasha, and then it's like, oh yeah, there's another one that could sort of kind of rewrite the past in a similar vein. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, oh boy, here we go again.
王竜、黒麒麟、すべての地獄を作った根源は、
諸悪は汝にあらず、悪しき汝の罪は起きえぬことと相なった。
We time traveled. Time travel. Peering into other timelines, establishing the multiverse theory in the Granblue universe, like, nah, I mean, like, now that we've gone this far, like, we really don't need to give a shit about how they write things in anymore. You can just hand wave it all away because multiverse, or, like, it's one thing to have multiverse, it's another thing to have time travel, and now we got we've had both. Peering into other universes was for the territory of gods, but Dancho, we physically time traveled. I mean, like, we physically time travel with the help of the primal beast in question pertaining to those powers. Benny's time travel is backed by science, though. That I like a lot. Like, she had to keep traveling onwards and onwards in order to, like, advance through without wasting too much of her, albeit long but limited lifespan. Like, that was some good writing there, honestly. And how even, like, the slight deviation when, I believe, like, I think she said, like, when she was, like, speeding forward, she stopped for a brief moment, if I remember correctly. I don't, I'm having trouble remembering the particulars. But even then, yeah, like, that was a pretty cool way that they explained it without actually going through some, like, magical timey-wimey stuff. But now we got sci-fi timey-wimey stuff. Yeah! Forget magic, we got science. Travel through space and time. Quite literally. Piju extends his arm outward to show the others his increasingly translucent skin.
これにて己の悲願は叶った。もう、黒麒麟に空の命を。我が子らを奪われることもなし。
あ
あ。ぐね。そうか。我らは作られぬ未来になってしまったのか。くそ。我の理想が。
未だ空の死滅を望むか。汝の悲願は。汝の誠の意志か。汝の矜持は否定せぬ。されどな、国よ。
結局、クソたてがみと道連れか。
待て。シュシュクは聞いてないぞ。
お前は理解力が低いからな。話し合いでしょっちゅう寝ていたことを後悔しろ。
なあ、それ。お主が僕の生みの親なら、いい感じにもう一回作れないか
？Can't you just make Koku but nicer?
叶うことなら、汚れなきものとして作りたい。
If I could, I would love to. I mean, we kind of stopped him from studying, so I mean, it probably takes some extra time to figure out how to make them again.
二人は利害の技術で作られた。その技術を持った筆名は消え。何より。
Oh, right, because the formula is only introduced from BL, which is a formula beyond his comprehension, which is why they ended up, what was it? Qilin and Huanglong ended up as failures, technically.
二人を空や星の命を犠牲にするあの忌々しい技術でまた作るなんてできない。
そうだよね。本当にこれでお別れなの？ピージュさん、ココくんちゃんさん様。
ちゃんさん様。
いや、させない。
何？
太上老君の力はまだ僕に残っている。
オーケー。
この力で探し出すよ。繰り返して何度もやり直して、あなたたちが あなたたちのまま罪と汚れがなき者として
Because we can't actually have the playable characters we like actually die off.
姉様が僕を救う未来を探し続けていてくれたように何度だってやり直す。
With a wry smile, Suin tightens his grip on Nua's book, which has somehow made its way into his hand.
だからまた会おう、僕の大切な姉さんたち。
Until we meet again.
お前本当にいい子に育ったな。
Is it still changing the mask color, like even as it's fading away? Then, before Pijo and Koku can vanish completely, Suin closes the book. Play with Suin soon, please. That'd be really nice. Now alone, he turns his gaze toward the skies above.
1585。姉様の願ったスエンは、姉様が救いたかったすべては、これで終わり。
You tried to save me by murdering the fuck out of me the first 10,583 times.
次から、また一から数えます。みんなが笑顔でまた会える未来を目指して。
Sequel bait? I mean, no duh, but... Oh god!
だからうるせえって静かに起きろお前らはよ。
Hi, Mr. Stream. Hey, you wanna have this rice ball?
戻ってきたんだ。
戻ってきても全部が元通りじゃない。ピージュもコクくんちゃんさん様も。
そうか。二人はこの空からはコクキリンもオウリュウも消えた。死滅が訪れない平和な空。
Hey, look, an apple.
でも消えるっていなかったことになるってことだよね。
I mean, if they never existed, should we really remember them?
じゃあ私たちピージュさんとココくんちゃんさん様とは出会ってないことになるよね。
なあ、時空がどうなろうと出会ったことには変わりないぞ。全部ちゃーんと覚えているのだ。
そうだな。確かにおかしい。
Stuck in war era.
お弁当箱にコクくんちゃんさん様のために作ったオムライスおにぎりがある。
Oh, those are omurice balls? Oh, I see now.
ピージュさんのお酒も置いてあります。
His alcohol's still here.
当たり前だ。コクとピージュのために用意したんだから。
つまり二人がいるんだよ。私たちは合ってるんだよ。歴史が変わっても。
Abermelon also Gonzo. Don't worry, Sabrina still has that fragment of Abermelon that from her Fate episode, so that they can bring him back just from that tiny fragment that's still left. I believe it was like his finger or something like that that she's keeping in some massive copium hope for resurrecting him or some shit. Dancho would remember even if they did the whole king thing. Yeah, Dancho would remember too. But yeah, I remember that was the thing with Sabrina's Fate episode. Like, kept the fragment of Abermelon and in some vain hope that like sometime down the line, basically whenever the Cygames writers feel like bringing him back, that they would bring him back and have big emotional reunion with the whole family proper. Chichiri jolts up and surveys her surroundings. Kirby follows suit, albeit in a more calm fashion. Ah.
見つかったぞ、コク。
Ah. Sure enough, they spot Koku and Piju hiding in the shadows of a nearby boulder. Nice to meet you. Will you join our crew?
とにかくさすが我が育てただけあってスエンは優秀だな。
何万回目なのだろうな、この都合の良き未来は。黒麒麟も師匠も己もそのままに死滅と己の呪いのみ消した。
Maybe 20 attempts.
己を作る演奏の声も消えた。
The voices of resentment.
じゃあ二人は綺麗なピージュとコクなのか？
What do you mean made you both prettier?
ああ、綺麗なピージュとコクくんちゃんさん様だ。
もう綺麗なならばなぜスエンは我に死滅の力を残したのか。誰かのために使えとそういうことなのか。
To save the world through annihilation.
きっとスエンの家族。
じゃあスエンは約束を果たしてくれたんだな。
Still need to earn your keep on this crew.
我が子はまた会おうと言った。未だ道半ばなのだろう。
Go annihilate that planet.
己らの次は姉様だ。姉様と共に暮らす未来を。さ、
スエンさんならその未来
Qilin.
見つけられますよね。
Yeah, they'll probably write them in a sequel to bring them, or to bring either Nua or Shuin back. Bolstered by precious memories of his family, Shuin sets out on his own path undaunted. For he knows, even if it takes an eternity, he will find a way to reunite with everyone he holds dear. Lives Yet Unwritten, the end. This means we don't need to do Rise of the Beast anymore. We can mark this as the end of Rise of the Beast. Surely, right? Surely, no more Rise of the Beast. Right? Oh boy.
己らはありようのみ変わった。
Jin wiping out the world makes sense now. Yeah. Alright, let's go check if there's any extra super important lore tidbits here pertaining to this dude. Fucking nothing! Transcendental being untouched by the world's logic, treated Shuin like a toy. Just the monster of the month? Yeah, just monster of the month. I thought there was something deeper that they'd hide in the journal. And Nua Shuin. Probabilities of traversal, blah blah blah. Properties of transcendental being. From techniques used to make Taisheng intended to be nothing more than a prototype, fragile core, broke from the effort, eternity waiting in place, adoptive sister, lost memories but love remained, carrying over to Taisheng Primal he became. Okay, nothing new there. Oh god, like, just like the ruined Suin's face, like, disheveled hair, paler skin, ragged clothes. Okay. Half astral, half sky dweller, Huanglong Qilin. Innocent child, idolized adoptive sister, loses mind when went missing. Left him, or thought that she left him because it wasn't full astral. Probably to prove his worth, deteriorating. Transcendental technique inscribed. Not knowing he was following the whims of a being beyond logic. Okay, nothing new there. The termite in the chair, evil for evil's sake. Yeah. And Taisheng. Revised history, attracted astral attention, base and retains a sense of self at the transformation. Deemed failure, remove core, steal away. Discovering that Taisheng could still affect his surroundings, they cast it into Crimson Horizon. Okay, so yeah, nothing new. Premium Friday! Pretty self-contained beyond what was teased in the Saint episodes. Yeah. I mean, like, honestly, this is a lot better than I thought this event was going to be. Here's the crazy thing you were holding back on saying. Oh, tired. Oh god. Let me switch my chairs now that we're done reading here. Hold on. Oh god, it's gonna be awkward for me to get out of my chair. Let me mute the mic real quick so you don't hear like the chairs and table sounds and everything. Okay, so he was purifying the corruption. Put Piju Koku into Four Saints grouping or something. Yeah, honestly, I know the Four Saints are just the Four Saints, but yeah, they should be put into the grouping just for the sake of like sorting. He's purifying the corruption. Not even the Omnipotent could do that. Neither could the Moon Dwellers. Huh. Alright, give me a second. Ah. I really need to like clean my room a little bit more. Wait, what was the corruption again exactly? Might need a refresher on that that bit there. Whoops. We never found out. Wait, where do we see the corruption or... Oh, no, you're talking about the chaos of the... Oh, yeah, the chaos thing in the Crimson Horizon. So he was pure... Oh, yeah, they did say that when we were around Taisheng and everything, every around looked normal. Yeah. So he was purifying it, but we don't know any more details about that. Oh yeah, that is interesting to think about. But I guess we won't really get much of a follow-up until much later or something. Oh. So was this? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me see if I can do this real quick. It was a passive effect, which means he might be able to fully cleanse the world. Maybe. Look, let me lower the sound effects a bit here. Oh wait. Oh, whoops. Kind of fucked up a little bit.
始末くらいは手を貸そう。
落ち着いていこう。
手前の力こんなものじゃ。
Yeah, no, I fucked up. Yeah, hold on. I forgot that one needs I need Huanglong as the main summon. Oops.
手前は利害だったのに。
今の私には全てが見える。姿を隠したって無駄よ。
代償なしに成果を。始末くらいは手を貸そう。何が役に立つかわからないもん。
落ち着いていこう。
Oh, wait, I just realized something. Yeah, that kind of explains it. I was like, wait, something ain't right here. Yep, that kind of explains it. Crew skills. Well.
手前は利害だったのに。
射抜いてみせる。その心臓を。
潰す。
ライジングソード。いや、ここだここだ。
うがつ。どう？行け、行け。
のそこ邪魔だ。
ここだ。そこ。
うがつ。ここ。獲物はただいま。どんな戦いを経ても私は死滅の力。
Actually, let's do a bit faster. Actually, no. That's not my entries.
手前は利害だったのに。
今の私には全てが見える。
みんな目に物見せてやろ。
代償なしに成果をも。始末くらいは手を貸そう。何が役に立つかわからないものだ。
姿を隠したって無駄よ。射抜いてみせる。その心臓を。
みんな楽しんでる？
Wait. Oh, wait. Your tag team wasn't. Oh shit.
手前は利害だったのに。
Wait, I thought I had tag team on. What the fuck? When did I turn this shit off? Okay. There we go. Okay. Although, given how bad my crystal reserves are because I YOLO pulled on the previous gala, I think I'll just full commit for the fuck it mood and then just pull one more time and then cry like when New Year's comes around. So I mean, yeah, consequences of my actions and everything. Fuck it. Yeah. And the SSR dupe. Yep. Okay. So, fuck Cygames gotchas. Woo! So wait, what are we hoping for with Horse? I have no idea. But alright. That'll be it for tonight. Support? I honestly, I don't know. Like, they can pretty much do about anything at this point, so who knows. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Tomorrow I will be starting Alone in the Dark 2 for Halloween. So we'll go have some fun with that, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone. Take care.